Hello again, friends. Welcome back to twitch.tv/TrooperBerry, and welcome back to the Long Dark, where our Astrid is much less close to death than she was yesterday. So I'm counting that as a win. So here's the plan. We're gonna do some inventory management. We're gonna do a little bit of planning before we leave Ash Canyon. We're gonna head back to Timberwolf Mountain. We're gonna check in on Mountaineers. Partly this is all just so we can see if we can get our hands on some of the new food items. Because we have the cooking oil, we have the flour, we have salt. We don't have oats yet. We also don't have any of these little ptarmigans, but they are, they're proving hard to find. And even when you do find them, they're awfully skittish. So they're going to be a little challenge to get a hold of if you try to hunt them with stones. They seem like they're tailor-made for hunting with fire hardened arrows, but we might just have to go make some of those. But then once we're done, we're gonna have the plan anyway. Have a brief stop at Timberwolf Mountain, and then we'll double back to Pleasant Valley, hit the big loot spots there, and then we're gonna do what we thought we were gonna do when we were back in Broken Railroad before the buttworm struck, and actually make our way to Coastal Highway, and Desolation Point, because we're about 85 days in, and we still haven't looted any of those loot-rich zones. But again, it's we're rolling with the circumstances the game puts in front of us. Also, hey there, Psychotic Deer. Good to see you. Hope your day's off to a good start. Yes, I know I know ads, but it's frankly, Psychotic Deer, you are actually. You know what? Here, let me just deal with this myself. Let the little spinny thing happen. There. There we go. No more ads. Yeah, I know it's, Twitch and ads, and it's no one likes them, but we're old Ted Twitch has to make his money somehow. And frankly, Psychotic Deer, you're the only one who ever shows up in the first 5 minutes of the streams. So that's when I run the ad block, and then we get an hour without pre-rolls, and then we can have people trickle in as and when they do. I'd start the stream, 5 minutes early, run 5 minutes of commercials, and then, go from there. But, Twitch doesn't allow that. The max you can do is run 3 minutes of ads, and then you get 1 hour of no pre-rolls. And then if you want another hour, you got to run another 3-minute ad block. Or I guess not one block. You can run 3 minutes of ads. I know and if you go on the Reddit or the subreddit for Twitch, I mean, the people have big opinions about pre-rolls versus mid-rolls. I don't know. That all takes place well above my head. I do the one thing, and then I don't touch it the rest of the stream. I try to interact with it as little as possible and just focus on, keeping the wheels churning and the gameplay coming. So that's what we're going to do right now. Yeah, when we got at the end of the previous stream, we just got back here to the Homesteader's Respite. And we have looted it up. I think this is, yeah, this we got some really good loot here. We got thin wool sweater. We actually got two pairs of combat pants, one of which we're wearing. And I think we looted up everything else. I guess we can take that sewing primer with us. Our our sewing skill is still comparatively mediocre. Although I guess with the book we could tick that over to mending 3 at least. Oh yeah, let me remind myself. At Mountaineers, we have guts and rabbit and deer. And, okay, yeah, so we have pelts there to fix up, I guess, most of our clothing. Some of it actually, for as long as we've been out and about, and the blizzards we've been caught out in, um, some of it is actually not in too bad a shape. Yeah, the rabbit skin hat could use some love. The deer clothing could use some love. But like the wolfskin coat is actually hanging in there pretty okay. And I think, given how cold it is out there, I think at some point we're just going to have to give in and make the bear coat. Let's see, how are we food wise? We still have our one pie. We got some pork and beans, and we have our what remains of our cattail collection, which isn't much. And we have even less water. Okay. Well, let's just go around. We'll hunt for, see if we can just track down a little more firewood before we settle down for the night. Yeah, Astrid is already quite tired. I guess going all the way up and down that rope will do that to you. I don't know that we need 3, but I mean, if they're going to put it right here in front of us, we might as well. Now, allegedly, you can go up here without needing the climbing rope, because there's a way, like you start way over there, and then you go goat across the cliff face, and then you're supposed to come out, I guess, right about here, and then you can work your way up. I've seen people do it, but I'm not eager to do so. I'm not sure I would know how. So we're gonna do things the legit way. And plus, we came from up top, coming down from Miner's Folly, so there was really no need. What was that? Was a weird sound. Aha! That's what I was hearing. We got some ptarmigans. Yeah, I think Tina was right. They do kind of sound like little chickens. Are you serious? What did I hit? What did I hit if not the bird? Good grief. And now they all scatter.
Sure getting cold.
Well, you're not going to get any warmer by keeping talking, Astrid. All right, all right. Well, yeah, I guess they're just gone. So we'll have to look at those. Look at those little tracks. They're adorable. Yeah, these things are proven quite the bugaboo to get a hold of.
It's so cold. I just want to lay down for a bit.
Okay, well, so much for that. So food-wise, we have our cattails, we have our pie, and we do have those pork and beans. So it's not dire, but we're gonna need to kind of actually. Now that I think of it, we can.
Man, this pack is getting kind of heavy.
Yeah, we should actually be able to make some more stuff because we do have rose hips. And did I leave all the firewood in here? I probably. Oh no, we just left coal in there. Okay, 48 sticks. Okay, yeah, I think we're fine. Okay, yeah, so we'll go ahead. We'll make up those rose hips. Let Azure thaw out too. Go make them over here. Hey, Oliver. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Hope your Friday's going well. And yeah, psychotic deer. I do. I appreciate your being here. And yeah, I know the ads at the start of the stream are not ideal, but I have yet to figure out a better way of going about it. I I am not technically savvy or up on like all of the latest approaches to get the most out of one's stream. We're figuring this out as we go.
Come on, little fire.
And honestly, it's so rare people are here within like the first 5 minutes of the stream that I figure that's a perfect time to run ads. But
Perfect.
as I say, I am happy to hear arguments to the contrary. Okay, now I think we can do some more cooking. Or do we not? What do we not have? Oh, water. Okay, brr. I guess that would make sense, wouldn't it? Okay. Actually, let's just have the pot make a big old set of water, and we'll have a little bit there just so we can get to the cooking, the fun stuff. Not too bad, Oliver. Had a comparatively relaxed work day, and I got more adulting to do this weekend. Unfortunately, but that's just the way of things, isn't it? But yeah, so we're gonna getting going here. This is probably gonna be our last day here in Ash Canyon. We're gonna is to do a little bit more cooking because we are light on food. We'll go back to Timberwolf Mountain, check in at Mountaineers, maybe do some quick repairs, and then fall back to Pleasant Valley. See if we can hit the main loot spots and find more of the new loot. Okay, now what is it? Okay, so we got that's the bread. So it uses some of our flour, and we get 250 calories out of it with no benefits. Or we can go back to our rose hip pie. We use. Oh wait, the pie doesn't use prepared. The pie uses just plain rose hips, not prepared. Interesting. But that's got 281 calories, and more importantly, that's got a yield of. It actually has a yield of 3 pies, I think. I don't love that they give you a headache after eating them, but it's fine. You know, there are worse fates. Yeah, we get. Let me check. Yes, we get one use of that. Use one use of that. We haven't used our salt yet at all, and we get 3 pies for one set of cooking. That is actually pretty good value. You're hoping for a calm weekend. Your parents usually monopolize your time at the weekends, but they're away again, so you should be able to chill. Nice. And yes, seeing your family is good and all, but there's sometimes when you do just want time to yourself, so you can do the things that you want. Again, family doesn't always take well to being told that. I can I can kind of speak from experience there. But no, it's good that you can get some time to yourself as well, Oliver. Strange you get a headache and feel more awake. You always feel more sleepy with a headache. Yeah. Although I think they're using like the headache as like shorthand for like the like a sugar high basically. Matter of fact, I think look at if you look at it on the like on this screen, and then you actually click the listing with the headache, it'll actually tell you it's from the sugar. Okay, so we're full up there. That's good. We'll go ahead and cook these. Because Astrid does need the food in her belly. Our cattails are only going to stretch so far. Also, reminder, note to self: we do want to. Okay. Yeah, we're going to want to on the way out see if we can grab some more cattails because we did leave some behind when we were making our way into the zone. Okay, why don't you go ahead and make another liter there. That's got 26. That's got okay. Oh wait, they're cooked. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So when they're 100% conditioned, they are gourmet. But now when that's dropping, it's acceptable. Well, here let's test that out. So we go here, headache. Yeah. So headache caused by food. Headache from eating a sweet dish. Although a sweet dish, interesting, because if we like chug a whole thing of maple syrup or eat pinnacle peaches, evidently we're just fine. We can make more, but I don't think we will. Although some of that rosehip tea wouldn't be a terrible idea. That's more calories right there. Oh, wait. Can we? Oh, wait, no. That's what we want. We have to prepare. I was going to say 1 minute? That seems fast. Hey, Zert. Welcome in. How you doing? How's your day going? We're just getting going here. Try to indulge in some of the new content. You haven't found a skill yet? Yeah, this one where did we find this one? I think we found our skill at the foreman's place. Up up top of Ash Canyon. But yeah, it's I mean, I guess it's good that you don't need the skillet to access all of the new recipes and whatnot. But yeah, it does open up quite a bit for you. Okay, was that all of our rose hips? I believe it was. Good. Any oats? Okay, I have not seen any oats. That's part of the reason why we're going to go back into Timberwolf briefly and then go back into Pleasant Valley as well. Try to we're going to see if we can track down some more of the new foodstuffs. Um, we actually seen ptarmigans multiple times. The problem is actually getting them because they're even more skittish than rabbits and much smaller and harder to hit. And when one of them spooks, they all spook. And they fly off to a different part of the zone. They don't hang around like rabbits. You just gotta wait for them to come back. Okay, that's got. I mean, I'm gonna go check. Yeah, if it was only not that long ago. Yeah, we there were some out back here, right up here. I threw one rock. It somehow didn't. I guess it hit a lump in the terrain before it hit the ptarmigan, and so nothing happened. It flew off. All its friends flew after it, and then, well, who knows where they are now? Uh, have you been noticing? Wait, you heard all the new things are very heavy. Well, I think. Let's see. Um, the oil came in at like 15 uses, so it was like 0.15 kilograms. We have not used any salt. That's a quarter of a kilogram. There was more than like 1.3 or so kilograms of flour. So yeah, I mean they are kind of heavy, but you also get you know they're like the antiseptic bottles, and where you get multiple uses out of one of them. How heavy is the skillet? It is 1 kilogram. Okay, 1 hour should be enough for one more liter there. Um, I haven't seen. Okay, no. I have not done any fishing. I've seen other people try the fishing. Like the tip ups look particularly interesting. Like they're basically AFK fishing. You can they're like the rabbit traps, but for fish. Yeah, so you get sticks, cloth, some scrap metal. You got to use a fishing tackle. You got to make it a workbench, but like then you can just make a hole and then just walk away. Tackle. I will say I do. Oh wow, you can make a fishing lure from a revolver shell casing. I hadn't seen that before. And acorns and wires. So yeah, there's it's nice to see they're actually making use of things that otherwise wouldn't have a whole lot of use. So that's good. It's good. It's a good post-apocalypse recycling on display. The second idea say the tip-ups are bugged. Someone said they got stuck inside a building because of the tip-up. Okay, which building? Like a fishing hut? Because it seems to be like the tip ups are things you place like outdoor in like one of your DIY fishing holes. I mean, I guess there's no prescripted way you're supposed to do it. Like a normal building? Wait, but they didn't. Did they put the tip up inside the building, or did they put it outside the building and they couldn't leave? That is very strange. And the fishing is bugged. Well, I haven't tried the fishing, so I cannot speak to that.
I'm not sure I can carry much.
Yes, Astrid. Shh. Okay, those are curing. That's curing. Um, they put the tip up outside and they entered a building and got stuck. Huh. So that's interesting. I'm not sure what to think about that. I mean, I guess if that happens, you would just like you'd exit out and then reset. I don't know how much difference that would make, but I guess it's you don't want to hang out in there in perpetuity, or at least until the tip up breaks. Well, I mean it's well, I don't know if like exiting, if like quitting out and then restarting would fix anything, or if not. I mean, it's we're just gonna have to be if we do make a tip up, we're gonna have to be careful about that before we go to bed. Can we get a quick repair in here, maybe? Lovely. So now, yeah, now we can just go through those. Because we have rabbit hides and deer hides waiting back at Mountaineers. Yeah. Well, I would imagine, Oliver, they didn't leave it like directly outside the door, of, like the camp office or what have you. Or at least I would hope that would be the case. I would think they would be like they would leave it out on water. Like maybe you'd make one on on Mystery Lake, but then you go stay in one of the cabins. But yeah, I'm curious about that whole thing. I'm not sure how though, and I haven't because I saw like DH Dunn was making he made an absolutely silly amount of tip ups. Um, I forget. I think no, it was in Winding River. So I guess there's nowhere to zone in there. So maybe that was part of it. But he certainly wasn't stuck in the zone. He's able to leave just fine. I would say much further away. How do they know that was the cause? Yeah, and I think that's. I mean, I imagine there's some testing. Yeah, but yeah, it's hard to tell what causes what. Although it is, if that is the change, if that, it's I guess given the history Hinterland has with uh, certain uh, things being broken immediately post update, it's not entirely out of the out of the question. And there is the loading. Yeah, there's the potato bug with the loading screen. So yeah, there are reasons to be cautious. Okay, there we go. Yeah, super early in the morning. It's gonna be cold as butts out there, but I don't really want to hang out any longer than we have to. Although a quick little repair sesh wouldn't be the worst idea. We did
Doubt
pick
I'd eat anything right about now.
we did pick up a new sewing kit, so we're yeah, we got that one. Plus we have another one, so we're fine there. Did you notice the water? Oh, yeah, you can't drop from the radial anymore. Yeah, that was we had multiple people point that out. I think so. Yeah, lots of people are big mad about that, and I don't know, big mad. They are quite annoyed, and honestly, I can't say I blame them. Okay, so let's go through here. We'll just grab everything that might make the trip back. Do we have our pry bar? We do not. Oh, that's right. We left it at Angler's Den.
I'm not gonna be able to carry this load for much longer.
Okay. Do we want to take the combat pants and the shirt with us? Yeah, we're 10 kilograms over. Yeah, annoying but new content. Yeah, and I guess the question we need to ask is, was that an intentional thing by Hinterland, or was it, is it just, one of those bugs that pops up as you're doing, as updates happen, and then, it'll be patched out eventually. Okay, do we need 14 coal? I dare say we might not. And do we need 40 sticks? Again, arguably no. Do we need all those stems? Yes. We might not need them now, but we'll need them eventually. You think the menu UI is a bug that they will fix? I certainly hope so, Psychotic Deer. I would certainly hope so. They're away the bugs. Yeah, and for all the complaints we make about Tangerland, many of which are quite justified. They are good about getting to those eventually. Small team, lots on their plate. Have you found burdock? As it happens, we have. Um, Slow as heck to dig up. It doesn't, and it doesn't say like what tool it's using to take it out of the ground, but it's slow, whatever it is. But yeah, I'm not. It just says the tea has an natural antibiotic, but then again, so is reishi tea. So I'm curious what the difference is. Although like one thing of prepared burdock gets you like 280 calories. So that's pretty solid. Uses knife, hatchet, or pry bar. Okay, that's interesting, Oliver, because like I thought I looked and like like I said, I had to go back and check the VOD, but I thought all of our the tools were the same condition I left them in, but I could be wrong. Okay, well, let's check the conditions out there right quick. Make sure it's actually traveling weather. It's gonna be cold, of course. And we got actually the visibility is not terrible. So here's what we're gonna do. You're looking for a new digging tool of some sort, but guess not. Yeah. If you drop those 3 tools and try to harvest, it does. Ah, okay. Yeah, I had all those things on me. Okay. Yeah, we're taking all this with us. So I guess we didn't have that chance. We are 43. Okay, so I should be able to grab both of those. Yeah, remember, less than 5 kilograms over. Okay, we can make that work. Oh, right. And we're gonna have, let's see, so if I'm right, this, is it gonna give us, so it's gonna give us a headache. We know that. But is it gonna like reduce our fatigue or like our reduce our fatigue drain? Let's find out. Oh, Venture Seek. Venture Seeker. There we go. I got there eventually. Appreciate the follow. Zert, be careful. Climbing bugged. Okay. Okay. Wait. Hey. Wait. Climbing is bugged. How is climbing bugged? Okay. It did refill our fatigue bar. Good to know. But yeah. Please do. Actually, I mean, I appreciate that, Zert. Stamina drains very fast. Well, good thing we're not climbing then. Now we are taking the expressway down. Although I can believe that, you know, it did seem like Astrid's stamina was draining quite quickly, going up back up from uh, where we were, coming down from the run up to, or coming down from Miner's Folly. You couldn't climb a short rope with full stamina. Hmm. Well, that is concerning, if nothing else.
God, I need anything right about now.
We're gonna do something about that, Astrid. Just give me a bit. You know, past me was considerate enough not to harvest all the cattails right here, so we will have some traveling calories for you. Matter of fact, there's quite a few. So, hooray for, I guess, that kind of foresight. Now we're probably gonna have to jump into that busted fishing hut and warm her up, but it's in exchange for actually having food. It's fine.
Gotta warm up somehow.
I gotta eat. I gotta get warm. I gotta drink. I gotta lie down. Boy, she just never stops, does she? Always want, 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 want. And what do? I give, and I give, and I give. Do I ever get any thanks for it? No. But yes, sir, I will keep an eye out for that the climate thing. I will say one curious bug that we noticed last time. If you harvest rose hips, and then walk away, the sound of rosehip harvesting will continue for quite a while if you left it. Or quite a while if you leave it. So, or if you let it. But yeah, I guess of all the sounds that could get stuck on loop, you could do a lot worse. I mean, apparently some people have had animal screams just play on a loop, and that is, as if parts of this game weren't horrifying enough. So the harvesting bug has been before the update. Okay, well that's curious. I can't say I have ever run into that before yesterday, but appreciate you flagging that up. Hey TX, good to see you. We have just cooked some more rosehip pies, and we have determined that they will both give Astrid a headache, but also refill part of the stamina bar. So that's a handy little development. So right now we're just trying to restock our cattail collection before making our way back to Timberwolf. Although the weather is acting like it wants to get in the way of that particular pursuit.
I've never been so hungry in my life.
That is factually incorrect, Astrid. We probably checked this, but we'll check again. Yep, sure did. Okay, we'll go ahead and pop in here real quick, if the game will let us. Just let it thaw out. But good to see you, TX. Hope your Friday is off to a better start than your Thursday, and both the power and the internet are working as intended.
Oh, lucky day.
No, just put it away. Thank you. All right, I'm not fine. I'm not waiting around. Just do that. Okay, that's. Oh wait, no, I forgot the other bug we now know about.
Hey, human sacrifice, dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria.
We got to put the. We won't have access to the bedroll in the bearskin bedroll in the radial for who knows how long. So everything's got to go through the menu. We basically tripled our cattail supplies, which I am certainly not going to complain about. All good. You didn't listen to a bird for 6 hours chirping into the night to the point where even the cat got annoyed. But no stress or rush today. Okay, that's good. That is a definite improvement. And it is also a testament to your patience that you did not let the cat out to go deal with said bird. Just gonna let her warm up here. There we go. Yeah, really don't need to cook, we just need to go. Although we'll go ahead and give Astrid another elegant rosehip pie. It's interesting, elegant is actually the second tier. Turns out you could also, a 100% one is a gourmet, whatever it was you made. Although now that I think of it, what would be an even more intelligent thing to do? Go back to our little fire here. And warm up a drink. Maybe even multiple drinks. So how about we do just that? You live in a city? Oh, you let him by resultants. Black Cat. Oh, okay. Yeah, if you're in the city, that would make sense. And yeah, that probably is why the vast majority of cats are indoor cats as well. Because, you know, as fearsome hunters as they think they are, their survival instincts in the modern world might not be airtight, shall we say. Hey, Longshot, good to see you. Welcome, Mel. Here, let me give you a good and proper welcome. There we go. Yeah, folks, you all know Longshot, one of our Long Dark community streamers. Also, big time. I was you also had a lot of the Don't Starve as well. It looks like you're having a great time with that. How are things? How you doing? Yeah, things are going all right here. We're just getting going. We have brought Astrid back from the brink of death. We have found some of the new stuff. We've got oil, we've got salt, we've got flour. No oats yet. No tar. I mean, we've seen ptarmigans. We have yet to catch ptarmigans because those things are skittish. As of right now, we've done what we set out to do here in Ash Canyon. So now we're gonna double back, go into Timberwolf, see if any other new stuff has magically appeared back at Mountaineers, and then go to PV and then check some of the main loot spots there. Because I said we haven't found oats, and I think what we might end up doing is just making some fire hardened arrows and then hunting ptarmigans with that, because getting close with them is hard. Or I guess getting close and hunting them with the rock is hard. Because rabbits are comparatively large, and more importantly, if you spook rabbits, they don't run off to a completely different part of the zone. Ptarmigans do. You're able to cook some. Oh, so there are oats on Loper. Good to know. Yeah, we're definitely keeping an eye out for those. I assume you can make like porridge and such. There might be more. I guess there are. I guess there are recipes you have to find to be like. It's interesting, like the recipes you unlock with your cooking skill. That's only up to level 3, like level 4, level 5. I guess those don't unlock recipes on their own. What level archery are we? 4? 4. You haven't found them. Oh, the little birds. Yeah, in the update video they said they're in remote parts, and I can definitely see that. We found them at the gold mine, and then later, I think right by what was it? Yeah, right by homesteaders. So that they do pick high ground and like fairly out of the way spots. And the thing is, like when one of them spooks, the rest of their friends go too. So yeah, they gotta be careful if you're gonna go after them. And this might just be a skill issue. I am definitely not above admitting that, but for now, I guess I would recommend fire hardened arrows over the rock, just to let you go after them at distance. Because apparently their detection range is, I'm not saying it's like, interloper wolf level, but it's pretty impressive. You thought of that? Yeah, and actually I haven't made any of those, and those were added like an update ago. Also get archery skill. There is that too. You don't even walk. Oh, don't walk dog. You walk one bucket cat. You're Oliver. Love cats. Too much to have one. Saving. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. You definitely work within the bounds of where you are and what your situation allows. I mean, if it was me, I would also, if I was to get a pet at some point, I'd probably err on the side of a rabbit. But again, I know nothing about the feeding and care of rabbits. So, and there's also the whole apartment complex not allowing any pets. So, makes my decision easier. For bunnies, you have rocks and kind of easy to get arrows. Yeah, yeah. And honestly, it's all. I will say, like, part of my concern is like crow feathers, because like the fire hardened arrows take 5, but the regulation arrows take 3. And I think if you excuse me, if you make a fire hardened arrow, you use 5, but then you don't get 5 back when they break. And there are definitely more uses for them now. I guess they're a big.
My fingers feel numb.
Yeah, they are a part of the recipe for crafting fishing lures too. And you get 3 hours. Oh, 3 hours for 5 feathers. Okay. I mean, I guess that shows you how close I've looked, which is not. Okay. I guess I am harvesting. I'm in a rose hip pie kick. Speaking of, let's have another. What's a little sugar headache if you can refill your stamina bar and get like 280 calories out of it. I say that's a unless you're planning on doing reading right then and there, the headache is just eh. The pie had a cold. Oh yeah. If you once they come off the fire, Oliver, they will give you a warming up bonus as well. Now, obviously, these have been off the fire for quite some time, but if you eat them fresh, you will get a warm up. The thing about fire hardened arrows, only 1% on bow use. Is that right? Oh, that was one of the things that one of the things that also stopped me from making those is that what if making a bow is like a big deal, and there's only so many maple saplings out there in the world. So if you're going to only have X number of uses, get the most value for it. It's saving condition on arrows and on your bow. One of the reasons why Zach says to generally not use actual arrows on rabbits. But yeah, if it's only 1% per use, that could sway me. How many feathers do we have on me? We have 4. Okay, we gotta find 1 crow feather somewhere out there in the world. Which shouldn't be that hard. But yeah, when we do find that 1 crow feather, wherever it may be, even if we have to wait until we get to point of disagreement, when we get to a fire, you know what the heck? We'll make some fire hardened arrows. And then and then if those arrows get stuck in an animal, I won't feel as bad about if they take it and run off with it, because I'll have made very low level investment. Okay, I am going to leave those just because we're not going to get new rose hips anytime soon. I heard a bear. I hear bear crows. Let's just keep on moving. Just firing sticks? Okay, yeah, that is yeah. Well, that'll be a first for me. But okay, yep. There's the bear right over there. The fire hardened arrows don't stick anything larger than a bunny. Well, that's perfectly fine. That's all we're using them for. Okay. Yeah, this is where I got turned around the last time we came out of there. That is that's the wing right down there. So Crystal Lake should be right over here. Yes. You have an arrow bug psychotic deer? Like what kind? Oh, and yes, long shot. We have found burdock. I found 3 burdock plants at the gold mine. They take a long time to dig out, but they're worth it. Cause
I need to find food.
there were one prepared burdock is like 280 calories, I guess, with cooking 5. So that's like 2 cattails. Every time you pick up an arrow, it gets damaged, and when you pick it back up, it's 100%. Huh. That is strange. We have made 1 burdock tea. It's very non-specific about what it does. It just says like it's a natural antibiotic, but then again, so is the reishi tea. So I haven't used it yet, but I've yet to see anything that would, lead me to prioritize burdock tea over, reishi. Checking, worthless book. Checking. Okay. If you have 100% arrow in your bag, so it stacks and adopts the percentage of your stack. If you shoot one, drop them all, and pick up the worst, they will all be damaged even if never shot. Okay, that is I find that strange. That's fire out there. That was the fire from the Mercy deer carcass the long dark gods bestowed upon us after my berating the game for having animals run off with all of our arrows. It was weird. We went into Mountaineers when an aurora hit, and there was no deer out there, and then woke up the next morning, looked out, and there was a deer carcass on the ice. It said it was ravaged, but it had that's what I was looking for. It had like 12 kilograms worth of meat on it, plus all the hide and guts. Strangest thing. Okay, we got a little clothing pile here. We're going to add the combis and the thin wool sweater. Almost, wow. Drop that there. Drop that there. we got our own little survivor. That's worth a screenshot, I think. Yeah, it was weird, Zert. Never seen that before, but yeah, I am very happy to have it happen for the first time. Okay, then we're going to drop our deer there and drop our new 3 birch and 1 maple there. So we have 2 deer hides and a bunch of guts. I thought we had rabbit. Do we not have rabbit? Ah, we do have rabbit. We brought it down from the summit. That's why. About Jane Bob? We're going to call it Flat Bob because it's very much on the horizontal axis, not so much the vertical. Oh yeah. Also checking. Oh yeah, it's going to be an easy check. Oh yes, crow feathers! Hooray! Oh, hang on. No, we got the 2 arrows from. Yeah, we got the 2 arrowheads from Angler's Den. So we actually want to make arrows. Let's see, 3 birch, 1 maple, and then 1 deer. We'll just update this as we go. So 3 of those, 9 of those, and 4 of those. So yeah, we will be doing some repairs. I was thinking about making another deer or another bow, but I don't know how viable that is. Oh yes, please, yes, chow down. Yes, I'm very happy about that. That we left that the rest of that venison. Go up and make up. See, 54, 39. Okay, that'll do. Now the actual arrows are going to take a dog's age because we don't have any tools. Wait, no. Do we? We do not. Did we? I thought we brought tools down from the summit. I could swear we brought tools down from the summit. There were quality. Weren't there quality tools there? I don't know. Maybe runs are blending together. Oh wait, no. Okay, I know. No, we didn't. The quality tools were they were my practice run for LD's tournament. Just all the runs are blending together. Oh right. Also, let me go ahead and do this real quick. For those of you who haven't heard, Long Dark Forever is back with a brand new tournament. Signups are open. It starts on July 1st. So if you're interested, you can check out the details there. And if you want to sign up, I guess hop on LD's Discord and check his channel. He should have the links to it there. Um, it's nothing fancy, just a speed run, but it sounds like a lot of fun. I will be taking part, so you'll have at least one person you'll finish faster than. Rest assured. I mean, you all see me. You know, I play excruciatingly slowly. Excellent. Yes, now we have a whole 700% arrows plus one kind of meh or one 97% one. So it's I still remember all those other arrows. The one that's in a moose in HRV that we're never going to see again, and then there's one that was in a wolf here, and then at least two that were in wolves in Milton that have long since despawned, and God knows where those are. Yeah, yes, I mean I have lots of nice things to say about this game. I am not sure why I did that. I like Hinterland. I appreciate Hinterland and all they do. But the whole mechanic of animals acquiring superpowers when they have sustained mortal damage, I'm not a fan. I have made my position on this well known, and I'm sticking to it. Okay, now I wonder, can we? Okay, well, do we have light? And if we're going to check that, we want to check with something with a repair we can fail without like burning an entire animal hide. Actually, do we still have? We do. That would definitely take us over into mending 3. That would raise our chances. Oh yeah. Okay, we have 10 of those. We can make 6 fire hardened arrows. I don't mind that. Um, I missed something in chat real quick. Oh, you're gonna make an improvised bedroll, Psychotic Deer. It's very warm and still light as a bedroll. Interesting. So how much ptarmigan down does that take? Actually, I don't. I can just check. I don't even have to. See, improvised. Yeah, improvised down bedroll. Wait a minute. How much cloth do I have? We have 11. Wait, it takes 3 cloth? 3 cloth to make a bedroll? Oh wait, no. With an existing bedroll. Ah, okay. I was gonna say, wait just a gosh darn minute. I'll suspend my disbelief for quite a lot, but 3 cloths to make a bedroll? Okay. So one bedroll. Oh, actually, just like it has to be a regulation bedroll too. You can't add down to a bearskin bedroll. Well, that's just rude. Then you need 10 ptarmigan down. Interesting. Okay. Well, I said we were going to do it, so by golly, we're going to do it. We're going to make us a fire, and we're going to see about getting us some fire hardened arrows. So next time you come across ptarmigans, they're not going to get away so easily. There we go. Did I see you have had a bedroll already? Booth that you can make. Oh yeah, yeah. The 3 cloth was kind of a giveaway, unfortunately, because otherwise that'd be awesome. Okay, yeah, let's go crafting. So it's gonna take 45 minutes. All right, so let's actually we don't even need to do that. There we go. Now we craft. Oh, apparently it doesn't actually take that long. Go figure. And you can only do them one batch at a time. I guess that's fine. Get an hour and 41. And no archery skill up. Interesting. I wondered if they would do that, but apparently not. Okay. We have 8 regular arrows and then 6 fire hardened arrows. Gonna have to remember to make all the switch and all that. Okay, we used 1 birch. Update our journal here real quick. What condition is our bow in? 68%. Almost nice. Let's see, what else can we do? We could make more pies as well, but we're gonna save our keep our powder dry, and that we're on the on all that. We don't want to use all of our oil and flour on like basic stuff. We want the good stuff. If wolves or bears ate your improved bedroll, that I imagine you would be very annoyed. I know I would be. Let's see, what all did we leave in here? And we got deer, wolf pelt, rabbit, plus those out there. That's useless. That's a backup. We do have a heavy hammer, but don't really want to lug that around. Those are all bitty bites. Matter of fact, where's our other bitty bite? Right there. There we go. And we can leave some emergency backup matches there.
Wonder if I can drop in.
Improved versus improvised instead upgraded. Yep. I mean, I imagine it's part of it is still going to be improvised as well, because it's not, it's not like you got a manufacturer making those things. How much coffee? We have 1 coffee. Okay, we'll go ahead and make the rest of our coffee. But I mean, yeah, if you're making the down bedroll, I guess it would be both improved and improvised. Because it is an improvement in terms of warmth. It's probably not that much heavier, seeing how it's down, but it will also be improvised because Of all the skills our Wilstrid have, now do you want to give them credit for bedroll manufacturing as well? I don't know. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Before we head out tomorrow, we're gonna do a quick repair sesh. Fix up our animal hide clothing here. I was gonna say maybe not the wolf, but yeah, we'll make the wolf coat too. We have ample wolf pelts elsewhere, if I remember correctly. Yeah, got them in Milton. Not in Mystery Lake, but then we haven't gone around Mystery Lake when we were armed, so that's not all that surprising. What else can you use down for? Not sure. Let's check. Not in the bearskin bedroll. Not surprising. Yeah, acorn, shell casing, wires. We got the improvised down bedroll. Takes 10 of that. Oh, here we go. Improvised insulation. A simple base layer made from down feathers warms a core when equipped. So it takes 5 of that. And I think from what I saw, that would go in one of your accessory slots. Which, I mean, for, an extra 2 degrees, that's not terrible. And 0 sprint production. I need 2 more down. How much down do you get like per ptarmigan? You get 4. Okay. You see 4 birds in a flock. That sounds about right. Yeah, they do. Yeah, the ptarmigans, they do move in herds. Did you say insulation gives 2 degrees? Yes, it gives you. The insulation gives you 2 degrees warmth, 1 degree wind, no wetness. Obviously, it's all going to be on the inside anyway. And then 1% protection, which is like nothing. How many does an ear wrap give? Let's see. So about 100%, 1 degree warmth, half a degree wind, 20% wetness protection, same 1%, same there, and that weighs a quarter kilogram, and that weighs a quarter kilogram. So you get one extra degree of warmth, but you lose all the wetness protection. So balance that how you will. It's like a double ear wrap in one slot. It could be. But then you also have to go through the trouble of getting getting the ptarmigans. And I guess then I have to wonder, like, do bears have the same acquired taste for improvised insulation as they do ear wraps? Because we know how famous bears are for for snacking on people's hard-won ear wraps. Okay. Nope, nope, nope. Just give me the guts. Give me the guts. Give me the guts. Thank you. Oh yeah, has anyone noticed that the top of the rabbit skin hat is in fact just the rabbit? I just I never noticed that before. But once you see it, you can't unsee it. Lovely. Good. Hey, mending 3. Didn't even have to use a skill book. Well, the weather seems pretty normal out there. Don't talk about bears. You feel sorry for LB Neo. What happened to LB Neo? I guess if it's bears, I imagine it must be terrible. Okay. Okay, it takes an hour and 16, which is rough, but our chance of success went from 85 to 95%. So I like those odds. Unless it's one of those XCOM 95%, in which case, yeah. Excellent. Let Astrid hydrate here real quick. And yeah, that just leaves the wolfskin. I believe we got them hiding right here. His new Loper is going good. Ran into bear, but 3, but 4, 4? Like this, like 4 different bears, or like the same bear multiple times? Because like, where are there even 4 bears? Oh, 2 different 3 plus 1. Ah, okay, that makes more sense. Oh, hey, Estrella, good to see you. You found us now, episode 5 of Story Boys. Yeah, it was. They were initially saying it was going to be out later this year, but then they kind of rode that back when I think Raph and the team admitted that their timelines for all that were a bit too ambitious. And honestly, I'm fine with that. I wanted it to get done well. And given just how many plot lines and whatnot they need to bring together, I am perfectly okay with them taking their time. Because especially if, as is apparently the case, the tales are going to be worked into episode 5, there's a lot there. Because I know I did the tales a while ago, but I couldn't make hide nor hair of what was going on. Okay, that's all fine. We got our new arrows, we got our new regular arrows, and our new fire hardened arrows. Clothing's all patched up. I say we move on. Let's get to Pleasant Valley and see what wonders it has in store for us. Oh, do I have any Pleasant Valley notes? We have, okay, well, the Prepper Cache has got 1 maple. So we could leave those. Did I leave any guts in Pleasant Valley? No. Or if I did, I didn't make mention of them. Not sure why I wouldn't do that, but okay. You've already guessed how it ties again. Okay, have you, Oliver? You sound pretty confident that you know what's going to happen there. Okay, if we have a maple waiting for us in the prepper cache, we don't need to take any of these with us. We could take a couple. We could take those guts and then make a bow when we get to a. Well, no, the workbenches are at the barn or at Molly's place. You're confident, like, well, I mean, good on you. I couldn't even tell you how what what has been revealed so far ties together, let alone with how it's supposed to work into the story mode. But if you've got that worked out, bully for you. That is a level of sagacity that I just do not have. Okay, if we take the guts, we're gonna. Okay, how hard up are we for a bow? It's 68%. It's gonna be good for a while, and we can acquire guts without too much issue. That's fine, and we're also trying to be smarter about using said bow. You know what? No. Okay, that's fine. Those can stay. Those can be future repair materials. Don't need. We're good there. Thank you. Hammer. Did you find any bait at the summit? Any bait? What kind of bait? We summited before the update surge, so we would not have seen any of the good stuff, or the new good stuff anyway. Um, Honestly, we found 3 flare shells at the summit, so I would feel guilty about wanting the long dark gauze to provide us with anything more than that. All right. So we're going to have those, and then we're going to have the maple. We can make a new bow. We have rose hips aplenty for if we need to make pies. We got our skillet. We got that, and we have a can for reasons. Fancy arrows, fire arrows, flare shells, as we were mentioning. We got bedroll. We got a couple torches. We got cattails. I would like regular food too. We're good there. We got our meds, and we're okay on matches. I feel okay in saying. You did too. You saw. Yeah, I was. Given how much trouble people were talking about, when they were talking about how much trouble they were having fighting flare shells anywhere in the world, to get 3 up there was just fantastic. And on top of that, like a 90 something percent fire striker and ear wraps, plus some matches and a bunch of food that we mostly ate through before we left the summit. So yeah, I mean, as far as summiting on Loper past day 50, we could hardly complain. Only place you can find them is Forsaken Airfield. I can believe that. It does seem like Hinterland really wants us to work for those flare shells now. And it's not a Loper thing, obviously, but apparently rifles are much harder to find now, too. Okay, checking for moose. Checking for moose. Seeing none, we continue. We can find one more piece of birch bark. That'd be most helpful. Oh, thank you very much. Okay, onward. Now, when we get to PV, But we're gonna stop in the prepper cache to warm up, if nothing else, and acquire our cured maple. It must be cured by now, given how long we spent out here and in Ash Canyon. But we're gonna hit like the main spots. We'll go to we'll hit Thompson's Crossing, the barn, the farmhouse, maybe Signal Hill. Although we've already looted all those spots, so we would really only be there for the new foodstuffs. I mean, yeah, there is 3 strikes, but it's unlikely to be there. Skeeters, draft dodgers. I don't feel like going out of my way for those. Because really the whole point is we're just going to loot up real quick, and then we're going to move on to Coastal Highway, which, more than 80 days into this run, we still have yet to go there. Oliver, have you seen the series Sherlock with BC as Sherlock? I assume by BC that you mean Benji Cumberbund? The answer would be no. I have not.
Too cold to think.
You're fine, Astrid. Yeah, if it involves pop culture within like the last, I don't know, 10 years, I am shaky at best. How do you avoid wolves so easily? You never. Well, if you never see them, are they an issue? Okay. Well, okay. There's a 2-part answer to that, Estrella. One thing is that the animal, like the wolves and the bears, and I guess kind of the moose too, they actually have a set patrol route. So if you now you'll stumble into them initially, but over time you do learn like where wolves will most often be. Because okay, I'll give you an example. As we go out of this, we're gonna go down here, but as we make our way back toward Thompson's Crossing, there's a place called the Point of Disagreement. There is almost always at least 1, maybe 2 wolves there. So I know that rather than just barreling straight through there, if I take a route around, rather than seeing both wolves, I might see 1, or I might see none. So it's partly learning where they are, so you can work your way around them. But it's also, it's admittedly, I was wandering through parts where there generally aren't as many wolves. One of the things about Ash Canyon, the zone where we just were, once you get there's this, it's like a zone in tiers. It's like the ground level, and then like a mid level, and then a very high level. Once you get above ground level, there's only 1 predator in the entire zone, and it's a bear, by the way. Okay, where is that maple that I definitely left here? Aha, right there. So it's partly learning where they are, avoiding those general spots, but that's not always easy. sometimes you have other things on your mind, or sometimes, honestly, you just forget. So when that does happen, generally, okay, if you remember that little torch trick I showed you in yesterday's stream, that's the most efficient way to protect yourself and then get the wolves to run off. Because it's partly knowing where to go, and then when you eventually run into wolves, because you will eventually, knowing how to get rid of them in a timely manner. Oliver, about 90% of stuff you like mysteries, and then if you really watch, because knowing the answer in the first 5 minutes is boring, but Sherlock made you wait something like 20 minutes. Well, that is definitely an improvement. I mean, I do know like the general like the gist of what you're talking about there, Oliver. Even if it's not necessarily Sherlock, there are other shows, and I heard other people claim about that too. They figure out the mystery in the first however many minutes or pages of a work, and then they trudge through just to make sure they were right. And yeah, I can definitely see how that would be annoying, and it'll kind of put you off such things. And yeah, someone that can challenge you a bit more, that is definitely something to be appreciated. Any more pies? We have no more pies. Okay. Part of the right is going to reset all the predator response. Oh yeah, there is that cert. Eventually, they haven't done it yet. And they haven't said when, but at some point, Hinterland has said they are going to remake, or I guess shuffle the animal spawns and their patrol routes. So all the people who have been playing for a while are going to have to relearn the game in that sense, or lean on their ability to get clear of those animals. Because as Wayne has taught us time and time again, remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. Oh dear, I think there's a blizzard coming. Because it's already turned white and the snow is going horizontal. Hey, Pancake, welcome in. Good to see ya. We have slipped the surly bonds of Ash Canyon, and we made a brief trip into Timberwolf to do some needed repairs. Okay, see, there we go. See, Estrella? Those are the wolves I was talking about. Yeah, but because we are this far out, I mean, the wind is going against us. Because no matter where you are, the wind will inevitably be blowing directly in your face, because that's just what the wind does in the long dark. But since I know there are only 2 wolves here, because this is not Stalker, I can proceed relatively safe in the knowledge that we won't get accosted, at least until we get past this point. Yeah, absolutely, Zerd. It will be like a new game all over again. People are still figuring out the loot reshuffle. If we got an animal reshuffle on top of that, they lots of learning on the job, as they say. Ooh, yes, need to restock on crow feathers. Did I loot these? I did loot these. Okay. Hey, dear. We hear but I know it's here. Yeah, that's no, just give me. Thank you. Yeah, we've heard lots of that on the loot, and we'll hear lots more about that from the animals. Fascinating to see old TLD players having to release their old habits and actually learn it again. Yeah, it's well, yeah, and it does keep the game feeling fresh. Astrea, when they adding a cougar? It will be in this series of updates, but we're just not sure when. Yeah, it is probably won't be this year, although they haven't given any definiteness on that.
If I don't warm up soon.
Well, if we could stop walking directly into the wind, that would help a great deal. But we're not allowed to do that in this game. Pancake, you did download Long Dark again? Gonna give it the new upgrade? Yeah, absolutely. Great time to get back into it. We got more free content and more, and you get the DLC as well. But there's no rush to do that. It's still good even without. Ooh, okay. We're not going to stop and check out here because the conditions don't allow it. But did we go into the waterfall cave? I don't know that we did. Is that worth a visit? It might be worth a visit. If nothing else, it'll get us out of this wind. Because, Pleasant Valley going to Pleasant Valley. You think the point the TLD devs are trying to do is there's no relearn. They're trying to make it unpredictable so you can't master it. Well, okay, I can definitely understand that impulse. Because I think Raph has made explicit mention of people, when people say, oh, I found this here, that means that's going to be there, and that'll be there. And, it does sound like he wanted to shake that up a bit. So I can definitely understand that. But again, Hinterland is a small team, and they do have they got a lot on their plate as it is, without having to try to stay one step ahead of the Kimiotos and the perfect trips and the people who just break the game over their knee. I hope we're going the right way. I think we're going the right way. As we'll find out soon enough. Okay, yeah, I see a picnic bench over there. Yeah, we're going the right way. Did you see PT beat? No. How does one beat Nope? I didn't even know that was a thing you could do. Okay, the Misty Falls picnic area, not new. So I take it we search this. We have, okay. Well, unfortunate, but since we're here, we might as well pop in and warm up. But yeah, how does one beat Nope, Zert? 50 days drive only outside, 50 shots, no miss, no repairing anything. Do you have so you have to get your 50 shots in 50 days? No repairing anything or no failed repairs? I thought it was no failed repairs. Although I guess if you don't repair anything, you don't have to worry about failing repairs. So there's that. Astria, how much of the map have you explored? In this playthrough, according to the stats, we have explored 53% of the world, and there are still entire zones we haven't visited. Desolation Point, we haven't visited Coastal Highway, we haven't been. I don't think the airfield counts in that, but yeah, there's still zones we have yet to explore. In terms of overall, I have done the Faithful Cartographer achievement where you have to map. Let's see if we have it here. Yeah, there are 215 locations in the game, all named locations, and then if you map every single one of those, there's a specific achievement for it. That I did that on our achievement asteroid run on Stalker, because on Loper we're just trying to survive. Do you have a base? I do not. Um, the supplies are so scarce on Loper, you really can't stay in one spot for too long. You have to keep moving. Now, what I will do, and what I would encourage you to do as well, if you're going to go travel, leave yourself little supply caches. Like I left a batch of stuff at the dam, at Camp HQ, trappers, in the ravine, the broken railroad maintenance yard, hunting lodge. Just rather than having like one central location where you venture out from, I like to just leave caches of stuff. So if I'm wandering through a region, there'll be some food there, maybe some backup clothing. Um, Definitely leave water. Water is easy to make. All you just need is fire, fire and time, and like one thing to cook it in. So honestly, little things here and there as I move about the world. If you're just starting out, though, maybe you do. Yeah, I think the dam is a pretty solid place for a base. Maybe Camp HQ, or I guess the camp office to give it its official name. But I think the dam is nice just because it has it's right along the rail line. It's easy to find. You can you get easy access to the ravine, which is the safest zone in the game. It's the only zone with no predators. And you follow the rail line the other way, you've got access to Forlorn Muskeg and Broken Railroad. You go through the ravine, you can get to Coastal Highway and Desolation Point. If you go out the back of the dam, you can get to Pleasant Valley and Timberwolf Mountain and Ash Canyon or Black Rock. Not that I would recommend Black Rock, but you can get there. So yeah, it's and then um if you go to the other end of Mystery Lake from Trappers, you can have easy access to Milton and HRV. So it is if you're going to base up somewhere and you're just starting out, Mystery Lake is kind of the place to do it. But in general, as you move up and as you go out exploring into the world, basing up isn't as it isn't as viable a strategy as just having. Well, I guess the term of art might be a forward operating base. You have a little. You pick out a spot. The maintenance yard, Spence's in Forlorn Muskeg, probably like the Quonset in Coastal Highway, just spots where you can leave little collections of loot, so you're not always walking around with every single thing you find. Because especially if you're doing that on Pilgrim or Voyager, you're going to be moving very slow. What place has the rarest or best loot? Are there any places in Interloper that's honestly, part of the reason Interloper is so hard is that like the best stuff, the best clothing, the best tools, the best weapons, they just don't exist. Period. Like the Expedition Parka, not a thing. Rifle, revolver, not a thing. If you're just in the lower levels, I mean the anything from Stalker down, like the summit is a loot pinata, but you got to be ready to go get there. You need you need one 100% hacksaw at least. Two might be better. You probably should have some coffee on you, and you definitely need a bedroll because you're going to need to sleep to rest and get your energy back. There's lots of good stuff at the summit. Um, Signal Hill in Pleasant Valley is actually a good place to loot as well. And there's like the regular like the dam, camp office, trappers, Quonset, like the places where they're okay, like the inhabited places, those will generally have good stuff. I see, HRV has a ton of good stuff, but the catch is you got to go through HRV. Okay, we're warmed up. Let's see if the weather is more cooperative now. Actually, it kind of is. Perfect. Let's go. I'll go ahead and grab that real quick. Okay. But places like the closet the closet? Quonset? No, I don't think you have the Quonset in story mode. Oh, in the coal mine. Oh, is supply with a bunch of food and Interloper. Um, I wouldn't use Interloper as your base, as your basis for comparison. How cold are we? -10. Um, no, let's save the torch for when it actually gets bad. But yeah, on Interloper, like, because so when we went to Homesteader's Respite, the fact that it had 2 pairs of combat pants and food and a thin wool sweater, that was a bonanza. Like, if you found a place with that in like Voyager or Pilgrim, it would be, it would be mid. It would barely be worth mentioning. Okay, now if you're asking about like the rarest stuff, there are now actually with this latest update there are variants. Now I don't know if you have the DLC, but like there are variants to like the rifle and the revolver and the bow and the flashlight and and the storm lantern. Now those do not exist on Loper. But if you're playing below Loper, those can be very worthwhile, and they are quite rare. So you need to look hard for them. You see, explore a new house. You see, okay, yep, yeah. Speaking of new house, you see how scarce the loot is. Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is. Yeah, we've already looted up Pleasant Valley, so it's not a great example, but yeah, it'll be clear. But the plan is we're heading to Coastal Highway, which we have not looted yet. Now, part of the thing is we're more than 80 days into the game, or into this particular run. So stuff that was sitting in containers that whole time, they're losing condition that whole time. So if they haven't despawned already after hitting 0% condition, they're going to be in very bad shape. How far is the highway? Well, if we wanted to go straight there, okay, yep, there's the highway bear. So we're just going to go around him. If you wanted to go straight there, we could just follow this road around, and then eventually you'll get to a turnoff that says it goes into a coal mine. You go through that coal mine, and you're there.
Oh, so cold.
Yes, but there's a bear over there, Astrid. Let's have our priorities straight, huh? What do you say? But one of the things I wanted to do as we came through here, because the update hit since we looted Pleasant Valley, I want to just like hit the main spots. Go run through Thompson's, run through the barn and the farmhouse, just see if there's any new stuff there, and then we'll head to Coastal Highway. Because we have some of the cooking stuff. We have oil, we have salt, we have flour. We don't have oats, and we need oats to make some of the recipes. Okay. but it is late and we are freezing. So, are we at the river? We are at the river. Okay. I said we weren't going to do it, but I think we're actually going to stop off at we'll stop off at Draft Dodgers. We'll spend the night there since we're closest. And was there always a busted house here? I don't remember this. Okay, there's absolutely nothing in it. That would probably be why. How much is your backpack carry? Okay, you at a base level, your character can carry 30 kilograms. I'm not sure if you use freedom units. I have forgotten what the conversion is there. But yeah, your base is going to be 30 kilograms, and there's 3 ways you can increase your carrying capacity. In increasing order of difficulty, first you can go 3 days without your character starving. Then you'll get a buff called Well Fed, and that'll give you both a 5 kilogram increase to your carrying capacity and an extra, like 5% extra HP too. Then you can do what we just did. You can go to Ash Canyon, and then there is a backpack upgrade in a hard to find place. But if you get it, that'll give you another 5 kilograms carrying capacity. And then the third one is you find a moose, kill a moose, skin that moose, let its hide cure for 14 days, and then you can make a moose hide satchel, which will give you another 5 kilograms of carrying capacity. Now that goes in one of your accessory slots. So yeah, your base is 30. Your carrying capacity can be as high as 45 kilograms. And then you can lose that too. So if your satchel gets ruined, you lose the carrying capacity. I don't think you can actually lose the backpack, so that one's permanent. But then if at some point you starve, you lose well fed, and then you lose the extra carrying capacity and HP. Is Draft Dodgers just farther out than I thought? It probably is. Uh, 30 kilograms, that's 66 pounds. Okay, thank you, TX. Oh, hang on, no, I think I see it just poking up right there over the ridge. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, not easy for me to see. I don't know how easy it is for you to see, and I imagine YouTube compression will absolutely destroy this. Imagine losing the buff in the middle of nowhere and you're forced to drop stuff because you can't move. Well, yeah, that that has happened, Pancake. Um, and yeah, that is another thing you'll notice, Estrella, as you're going. Once you're 10 kilograms over your carrying capacity, whatever it is, you won't be able to sprint. And then eventually, I think if it's maybe 15 kilograms over or 20 kilograms over, your character just will not be able to move at all. No bench. Not bench. We want bed. I thought I saw bed. Oh, there we go. Bed. Actually, let's go. Let's. Actually, so they have the little buff uh, icons here telling you what they'll do for you. Although not on the coffee, interestingly enough. You're overburdened with indifference. Well, that's I don't know about indifference, but yeah, the it's and especially at like quote unquote lower levels, it is very easy to get overburdened and then find yourself just doing what I call the pilgrim shuffle. You're moving oh so slowly, and you're basically a buffet on legs for any predators that might happen to be in the area. Oh, it's a quote from a movie. Ah, okay. Well, again, I am uh, out of the loop on pop culture, so that would explain that. Okay, I like the condition recovery, but let's at least hold off until daylight. No, are we bed? Okay, we are bed. We can at least stay warm as we increase Astrid's solitaire skill. There we go. Yeah, couldn't do just a quick check around. Make sure there are no spawns. It's unlikely, but we can always check it out. War movie guy carrying a wounded soldier on his back, and the guy who's being carried said that the chances of him surviving were slim to none. He accepted it. I can say Lieutenant Dan? No, that's that's dark even for Lieutenant Dan, I think. Okay, let's just check and see what the weather's doing out there. It doesn't sound very friendly. It okay. It's gonna be like butt clenchingly cold, but everything else will be just fine. I would say, oh, it's Maglens weather, but a Maglens is like the one thing we have yet to find, other than like oats and such. Okay, no, it is not a Pleasant Valley fishing cabin game. I'm sorry to break this to you. All right, so if we are where I think we are, and I think I'm right. Let's actually start we'll start at the farmhouse where there's that's most likely to find the stuff we're looking for, and then work our way down to the barn, and then to Thompson's, and then we'll go to Coastal. Now the air temperature is just a brisk minus 44 degrees Celsius, and there's the wind chill. Yeah, it feels like negative 31 out here. It is absolutely redonkulously cold, and there's no there's no clothing that can possibly prepare you for this. It just doesn't exist. The clothing you need is like four walls and a roof over your head. I mean, like negative 44. That's like frostpunk temperatures. But here we don't have like the thumping orchestral score to go with it. It's much more chill. I amuse myself. You're guessing the roof weighs more than 30 kilograms? Well, I just say a roof over our heads, not a roof on our heads.
Jeez, this is cold.
Yeah, even if we can get out of the wind, it just, we've barely crossed the river and our temperature is now gone. That's just that's the power of, like, it's not even late game Loper. It's like mid game Loper.
Damn, I'm freezing.
Okay, now we are going to go down onto the ice, and then we'll make our way to the farmhouse from there. Because, like we were saying earlier, Estrella, if you there are places where if you know there are wolves, you can just steer clear of them. And like there's an orchard out back of the farmhouse, and so if you can just kind of give that a miss, and then try to move in closer to that, close to that area, you're gonna save yourself trouble and then having to do several wolf dances. Things get worse if you stay in one area for long. I don't know. Well, I guess especially I guess in this playthrough that hasn't really been an issue because like if you stay in one area for too long, you go through all your food, you go through all your supplies. You just gotta keep moving. Otherwise, you're just hosed. Now that it's getting hazy. Is it getting hazy because fog, or is it getting hazy because blizzard? Yeah, you can see the barn right out there, right above those little outbuildings. Straya, you say you don't get much loot, so what are your certain loot items that you'd be most hopeful to get right now? Oh, what we're doing right now, Estrella, this is purely looking for the new food and stuff that was added in the update. Everything else we've already been over. This is just going to be a quick check-in, and if there's new stuff, we'll grab it, and if not, we will leave. Weather allowing. I have to say weather allowing because this is Pleasant Valley, the pleasantest of valleys, and the weather can get diabolical on you real quick. Apparently there are cattails here I missed. How dare I? Look at that right there. 2 cattails. That is 300 whole calories. Okay, yep, there we go. Yeah, and if you can see right back out there, you can see there are multiple wolves waiting behind the barn, or behind the farmhouse, rather. So I don't mind going out of my way a little bit if we can minimize wolf encounters, because like as you can see, the weather's enough to kill you. It's coded in as depending on the difficulty, the weather gets progressively worse to force you to leave. I don't know. The reason I wonder about that pancake is because we basically spent the best part of a month in Broken Railroad just trying to get rid of the case of the buttworms. And I mean, there were some blizzards, but it wasn't. By the end, I don't think it was any more awful than it was when we got there. But again, that's also like 50 in-game days ago. Cabin fever risk? Are you shitting me? We were outside that whole time. Oh, we got
This'll come in handy.
okay, it's flour. It's ruined. But I think we can I think we can still use it. I'm going to keep that on us until we have confirmation we can't use it. Okay, cooking oil. That is what we're after. Is the new date any good? I think so. The cooking stuff is, I think, really interesting. It adds some, you know, pardon the pun. It adds some new flavor to the game. But it also, yes, more buffs you can generate, and there's some neat stuff you can do there. Like the fishing is very helpful. Um, and like the ptarmigans will be when I actually figure out how to how to take them down. I think they'll be useful, and like you can get their down and their meat. There's good stuff there. Um, so yeah, I think I'm enjoying it so far. Obviously there are bugs, but one thing you'll learn is that bugs being introduced after an update is kind of a consistent theme with Hinterland, and it's not because they're bad at their job. It's just like they're like as we keep saying, they're a small team and they're juggling a lot. So, but I think the good thing is like when things break, they do get fixed. They don't just leave it out in the world and then tell players to deal with it. So Hinterland is good for it eventually. Pancake doesn't mean there are no risk that storms, hail, fog happen more often. Okay. Sorry, yes, you can use. Um, well, actually, I don't because I have cooking level 5. I can eat things that are ruined because I am prevented from getting parasites or food poisoning. The only things like if there's any raw meat, that could be an issue. Now I don't know if we can use that. I'm keeping it on me until I figure out whether that's a yes or a no. But we will find out here at some point. Because we're gonna burn through we're gonna burn through our cooking supplies eventually. Actually, what we could do next time we try to cook, I'll drop the flour that has some percentage on it. We'll see if we can use the 0% flour, and that'll give us a definite yay or nay. Let's drink some more teas down to bitty bites. We get a little extra calorie out of them. Now, yeah, our cabin fever risk is 25%. God dang it. Our hypothermia risk isn't gone either. You get alert pancake? Okay. Lurk away. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, so we're gonna head as soon as that hypothermia risk rolls off, we're gonna head west to the barn and then to Thompson's. Are we gonna get cold? Are we gonna get cold as we do it? Almost certainly. Okay, there we go. Any flaws you think the game has right now are things you get like to say, okay, well, yeah, there's always little things. Like, one of the things the update has introduced, like, you used to be able to, like, drop things out of your radial menu. You can't do that now. I and like a bunch of other players are annoyed by that. It's not game breaking, as I say, it's just annoying. That's okay. I As anyone who has been around this channel for any length of time knows, I have my thoughts on how animals behave once you shoot an arrow into them. I am not going to rehash all that. I can just say I'm not the biggest fan. I think that could use some rework, but again, it doesn't ruin the game. It's annoying. And honestly, if I had my druthers, one thing I would remove. Well, actually, no. Two. Okay, two things I would remove. One, okay, there is one particular dangerous thing in episode 4 that also exists in survival mode. I would like that to go away. It serves no purpose. It's just there to be ridiculous. Again, the other thing would be, honestly, cabin fever. Now, the reason for that is because cabin fever got added way early in development. Previously, Hinterland had leaderboards for who could survive the longest. I think this was mostly in early access. You know, okay, here comes the blizzard we all knew was going to come eventually, because Pleasant Valley going to Pleasant Valley. But in the early days, there was no story mode. Was just, survival was just an add-on. It wasn't until later that you know Hinterland figured out that survival is what brought people to the game. But yeah, so back in the early days, they had leaderboards for who could survive the longest, and some people in the community got snippy that people were just staying inside and racking up what they thought were artificially high survival records. So Hinterland added they added cabin fever to make people get moving. But the thing is, like, there's no real reason to have that now. One, the leaderboards don't exist anymore, and if they do, they've been absolutely destroyed. I mean, you have people who are out there surviving for 10,000 days on Interloper. That problem has been solved. And like especially on higher difficulties, if you're just staying in a house for long periods, you're gonna run out of food or firewood or whatever, and the game is gonna make you move on just through its natural mechanics. You don't need an artificial stressor making you leave. But for whatever reason, cabin fever stays in the game. I would be delighted if it would be removed. Now, maybe that's a minority opinion. I don't know, but it just feels like a vestigial bit of early access that just clings on for because it's something to make the survival experience more difficult. Like the game says, it's not there to be realistic. It's there to provide you with an interesting set of choices. Okay. So in that time, our cabin fever risk went down 4%, which is not ideal. I mean, better than it going up, but still. I don't expect to find much here, but it's worth a shot. So there's some foods that get rid of cabin fever. Okay, do they say? Let's see. And do we have access to any of them? Interesting. Like, okay, looks like the pies actually give you. Wow, the pies actually increase your max carry weight. That's temporary, of course, but still, that's cool. And like the stews. Wait, the stews give you added fatigue, but better. Huh? Oh, are they saying it's a food coma? I think it's a food. I think the stews give you food coma. Okay, I am both amused and annoyed. You play custom since you refuse to choose freeze to death over bored inside. Okay, I can definitely understand that. I play. Well, again, I play. We're still learning Loper, but like part of the reason is like I'm also still pushing for a couple of those, a couple of the feats. So, and if you play on custom, you don't get feat progress, which is another thing that could really go away. It's like why would we be guarding those that accomplishes absolutely nothing? Higher tier food things are kept. Okay, so maybe it's one of the recipes we have to find. Yeah, chicken curry yesterday sort of gave you coma. Yeah, I can definitely understand that. Astray, could you do a quick rundown of the loot carrying and why? Well, we do need to warm up. Okay. Matches. Duh. You need matches to make fire. We've also found fire strikers. These are like basically a whole bunch of matches in one spot. So every time you use your fire striker, it loses condition. Accelerant. Accelerant's mostly for making fires in a hurry, like if it's an emergency, like if you're stuck in a blizzard and you need to fire with a quickness, or let's see if you have an animal charging at you and you need a fire to put between you and it. Accelerant can be a big help. Lamp oil and gunpowder can also act as accelerant, but I don't know if there's any gunpowder in the world on Loper. Birch bark, I'm just keeping that. Okay, you can use it as tinder. Don't use it as tinder. You can make tea out of birch bark, and that tea will help your condition recovery. Use it for that instead. Coal, coal is good to have around. It's a little on the heavy side, but in terms of like fire time to weight ratio, it's the best. And one piece of coal will increase the heat of your fire by 20 degrees. Nothing else will do that. That is why, especially in Loper, coal is life. And then reclaimed wood, sticks, burnables. Okay. Meds, antibiotics, that's to clean up like food poisoning or um, mostly food poisoning or again intestinal parasites. But with cooking 5, you don't get those except in very rare circumstances. Painkillers, they take care of pain. Also, these rosehip teas, they basically do the same thing as painkillers, but they also give you hydration and calories. Bandages for sprains and to stop blood loss. Um, the burdock tea, which that's a new thing. It says a natural antibiotic. I haven't actually used it, so I don't know what it does. Okay, so old man beard. You see like those little like spider webby kind of things hanging off of trees. Those are old man's beard. You get yourself 3 of those. You can make an old man's beard wound dressing, and that acts the same as the antiseptic. So like if you get attacked by a wolf or a bear or whatnot, and you have a infection risk, this will clear that up. Stims, stims are again they're for emergencies. They will instantly fill your fatigue meter. It's basically is a shot of adrenaline. Like if you've seen that scene in Pulp Fiction, you get a shot of adrenaline. You will be able to sprint, and your sprint meter will not go down. Assuming you don't have like a sprained ankle or something. But you can sprint, and it'll give you a 15% add-on to your health bar. But that only lasts for a short time, and then as you'll collapse from exhaustion. Once it wears off, your stamina bar will instantly go to 0, and you better be somewhere safe because whatever you were running from is going to catch up with you real quick. Clothing. I mean, it's try to fill all the clothing spots with as good a stuff as you can. The Mackinaw is like the best jacket you can find in the world. Like we have the wolfskin coat, but you got to make that. The hockey, the hockey sweater and the thin wool sweater. Those are your inner. Here, we can actually show you here. Yeah, so you want to fill all these with the best stuff you can find. But like the boots, the mitts, the coat, the hat, the pants, those are all made from animal hides. You can't find those. Like the best gear you can find on Loper is like the combat pants, the sweater, the Mackinaw jacket, stuff like that. And like the wool socks are the best you can find there. And your basic underwear are that's all the underwear that exists. The food again, the food is so scarce. I'm just picking up whatever I can. Cattails especially. Cattails are out there. They take no calories to acquire, and they never go bad. Okay, we have the fishing tackle. If we ever go fishing, this can also be used for clothing repairs. Can opener. This is optional. I take because if you use that, if you open a can, you use this first, and then so you don't lose condition on your knife or your hatchet. If you have cooking 3, you can smash open cans and not lose any of the calories like you do at lower levels. But you won't be able to use that can. So like if you need a can to make water or something, you won't be able to use that can because you smashed it. Hacksaw. You can get saplings or whatnot, but this is also mainly used for harvesting scrap metal and for harvesting frozen meat in particular. Torches, they're for warmth as you go, for lighting, and for scaring off wolves. Sewing kit, clothing repairs. Bow, shooting things. Lantern, for light, and for light in any conditions, like it can't get blown out. We got the bedroll because it's super duper warm. It's like this is twice as heavy as the base bedroll, but it also gives you way more of a warmth bonus. The skillet, that's new. It is for cooking, as it says right there. And then the flare shells go with the flare gun. That is, let me just check this real quick. Our cabin fever risk is actually going down. Okay, perfect. But yeah, the flare gun is like the most powerful weapon in the game. That's part of the reason why flare shells are so hard to find. One of these can bring down a bear or a moose with one shot. But you got to be brave and let them charge up fairly close to you before you shoot. I don't recommend that if you're just starting out. Steer clear of both. If you must shoot, shoot from where they can't get to you. The pot, I generally like to go with one pot and then one can. What pots can also make things like teas and whatnot and boil water, but if you can also cook things in the pot and they can stay in there longer. They'll cook faster and they'll take longer to burn. So that's part of the trade-off with having the pot, which is heavier. Whetstone, that's for sharpening your knife and your hatchet. Pry bar, it's for crowbar, just opening things. Knife is for, as we mentioned yesterday. You can use it in a struggle, but it's good for like harvesting corpses and also for crafting. Using it for crafting as well. Arrows, not surprisingly, shoot from bow. Hatchet, harvesting wood, harvesting meat, self-defense. Flare, as we mentioned yesterday, flares are they're good. They don't blow out, so I mean they're single use, and once you start one, you can't put it out. But you can use it to scare off wolves, which is very handy. They don't blow out in the wind, unlike torches, so that'll help. And you can actually you can start a fire with a lit flare as well, if you're in a pinch. And then stones are just for aiming, and they're also good for like killing bun-buns and I guess maybe ptarmigans if you don't want to use condition on your bow. And then the guts and the maple we'll be using to make a backup bow. Cloth is for repairs and crafting. The crow feathers are for arrows mostly, although they're usable in other recipes. And then I'm keeping the rose hips because in addition to being able to make teas out of them, you can also make them into pies. Pies that are apparently so sweet they give Astrid a sugar rush. The fish cakes get rid of cabin fever. They give max stamina and max. Okay, that is wild. Cool, but wild. Okay, our cabin fever risk is ticking up again, so we should probably get out of here. Yes, in Interloper, the flare gun is the only gun. And it took an almighty effort. Okay, well, there's a blizzard there. Of course there is. Why wouldn't there be? This is Pleasant Valley. Can you find knives and hatchets that... Okay, on Interloper, you will not find actual knives or hatchets. You have to make them. Tell you what, since we're stuck here anyway, might as well cook up some water. We're a little low on that. Yeah, so on basically Stalker and lower, you can find hatchets and knives out in the world. You can find improvised ones too, but generally you'll stick to the regular hatchets and knives. The drawback with the improvised ones is that they're heavier and they lose condition faster. But again, if the choice is between having an improvised tool and not having any tool at all, you'll want to have some kind of tool. You have to find 9 of the special recipes and you'll hunt them down. Okay, I believe you, psychotic dear. Yeah, I would say like the names of some of them kind of give away the hint as to where you'll find them. I like one of them says that they're like Lily's pancakes. I think you know who's there. They're like the foreman's whatever. You know, there's only one place out there that has a foreman, so it's probably pretty self-explanatory. Cooking skill goes up, the calorie skill goes up, or the special recipe increase for like 1,000 or more. Nice. I hope to find them as we are oot and about. Okay, so as we're waiting, is there more we can do? No, our clothing is fine. We still have some full rose hip tees. Oh yeah, let's go ahead and make that birch bark. Because once Pleasant Valley is done with us, we're probably going to need it.
That guy who drank his own...
Shh, Astrid, shh. Enough with the pee drinking talk. I don't know how many times I need to tell you this. It will never not sound crazy. Okay, so so that's the rundown of the stuff we have, Estrella. Now, what other questions do you have? Because I can't imagine I hit on every single thing you were wondering about in that very brief rundown. Okay, let's make that birch bark. What else can we cook here? Anything? Maybe not. Oh, hey, here you go. We can do a quick little bit of sciencing. Okay, so we're gonna drop the 50% conditioned flour. Let's see if we can use the 0% flour. We can. Okay then. Well, in that case, let's just make Astrid some fresh bread or some barak. See, it's gonna take 28 minutes to cook. We've got to part with a few more sticks. That's fine. Okay, that's got 22, 23. Perfect. Okay, guess we can go ahead and pick that up. How do you turn pelts into clothing? Okay, first thing you have to do, you need to get the actual animal hide, which means either you need to kill an animal or you need to find one of the prop animal corpse that's somewhere out in the world and harvest that hide. Second thing, you need to take that hide to an indoor location, inside a building or in the back part of a cave, and you need to drop it on the ground and you gotta wait. Because they take a few days. Like rabbit hides can be done in as few as like what 3 or 4 days, whereas like the bear hide and the moose hide will take 2 weeks to cure. And then once it's cured, and you'll know it is because like when you drop it on the ground, it'll say like if it says like 1% cured, you'll know it's in a place where it'll cure over time. So once it's 100% cured, and the same process applies to guts. And I bring up guts because for a lot of the animal hide clothing, like let's take the bearskin coat for example. You're going to need the bear hide, you're going to need some guts, and you're going to need a workbench, and then you're going to need like one of your knife or your hatchet. And you're gonna it'll take you like several hours, like dozens of hours more than likely. Ooh, look at that. We're just gonna eat that right now. Only a couple hundred calories, but a couple hundred calories Astrid didn't have earlier. Interesting that it does not. Do we have warming up? We do not. It definitely still sounds like a blizzard out there, but we'll check. Yep, that's a blizzard, by God. How long quartered meat lasts? Not as long as regular meat sitting out there. The quartered, animal quarters, they will lose condition and despawn remarkably quickly. Not like instantaneously, but within like a day or two, you won't be able to do anything with them. So if you're going to quarter an animal, make sure you get those quarters somewhere you can finish processing them safely. And if you need to leave the meat out there, that's fine. The meat will stay for a while. And when you cook it, it'll get that 50% increase in condition. But yeah, do not let quarters sit out there for any length of time. You will lose them. Oh, and one other thing, if you're be careful about quartering an animal on a hillside, because in the past I have killed a bear, and that bear died on a hillside, and I decided to quarter that bear, and after doing so, the bear's at least one of the quarters glitched into the hill, and I could not access it. And so that was like what 9 kilograms worth of meat that I was denied because the animal decided to die in an inconvenient location. Oh, wait, did we not? I thought we ate it. I could have swore I said eat it. Anyway. Okay, let's do some research while we're here. Try to get rid of this. Pass some time too. So you can't just go out in the blizzard. Yeah. In general, going out in a blizzard is highly inadvisable. Well, I'll show you. Yeah, once I get out from the protection from the wind, look how quickly my cold meter's going down. Yeah, even with all that great clothing we have, it still feels like negative 26. Unless you really know where you're going, don't be out in a blizzard. You know, newer players definitely should not. Now, I will say, blizzards are not all bad in that the animals, quite wisely, they will disappear. So if you need to get somewhere, animals, unless they are already locked onto you when the blizzard hits, there will be no animals out and about. And yes, TX brings up the other big thing. Your clothing will take damage as you're out in a blizzard, and it will get wet. And then if it gets wet, it will eventually freeze. And then if you're wearing frozen clothing, that can give you frostbite, even if you have all your skin covered. So, except in very particular circumstances, going out in blizzards, again, highly inadvisable. See, we are basically stuck here, waiting for Pleasant Valley to quit being so pleasant. Doesn't sound like it is. So, I mean, I really don't want Astrid to nap right now. Okay, yeah, the shelf is there. It means there's got to be a door around here somewhere. There we go. Well, it sounds like the blizzard's still going. And that's because it is. Although, you know what? We're protected from the wind here. We might as well hang out a bit and see if they can get that cabin fever risk to tick down. What quality does your clothing tend to go below before you decide to repair it? You usually repair anything below 70. 70 is usually a pretty decent break point. Like for regular stuff, for the clothing you find out in the world, 70 is about good. For animal hide clothing, you can probably push it to 60%, just because like animal hides are harder to come by. But yeah, 70% generally, that works. But yeah, and yeah, in early game, your repair skill will be terrible, and you will probably fail repairs many times. So make sure you have plenty of cloth on hand and probably a backup fishing tackle or sewing kit. And yes, TX, it depends on the clothing. Generally, especially the stuff you have on the outside of your body, that's the stuff you want to make sure to repair first. And like for like, so I would want to repair like the the hockey jersey, like the pants that are on the outside,
I can't feel my
the coat
hands.
that's on the outside, the rabbit hat. Okay. because yeah, that is, and yeah, and then focus on the stuff that gives you
It's a goddamn
the
freezing.
most warmth. Astrid, you're indoors. Calm down. And you can actually tell that. So let's take these underwear for example. You see how they're 91%? It's also a kind of rule of thumb. It's like you're getting
I'm
nine.
starving.
Astrid, do you ever shut up? So you're getting 91% of the benefit of the underwear. So you can figure if at 91% I'm getting zero point 0.9 degrees, 100% would take that to 1 degree. So not the highest priority in your repairing. But things like your sweater or a coat or a toque, for example. It's like if it's at 60%, you're probably getting like 1.2 degrees. If you repair the toque, it'll take it up to 100%. It'll take it to 2 degrees. Generally, probably pretty worthwhile. And also, you can tell. So like if I go to repair, you see it'll tell you how much that repair is going to make. So if it's 97%, not worth it. You're burning a piece of cloth, and there's only so many of them out in the world for 3% repair. Generally, wait. Okay, we lost a little bit of cabin fever risk, but that's not going to stay around for very long. Do you have the best clothing, or can you find better variants? Okay, there's a little bit of calculus that goes into thinking about what's best, because if you notice, like these all, there's the temperature, there's wind, there's wetness, there's protection, there's also sprint reduction. Like the warmest coat I could have is like the bearskin coat, and that'll give you 6 degrees of warmth plus 5 degrees wind. But you also notice it takes off 20% of your sprint meter, whereas the wolfskin coat, it gives you 6 degrees, 4%, 4 degrees, or it gets you 4 degrees and 4 degrees, 60% wetness, similar protection, and less sprint. So it just depends on what you value, and then it's what you have the time to make. Obviously, like, at this point, given how stonkingly cold it is out there, I would love to have the bear coat. But then my sprint, I would have less than half of my sprint bar available to me if we were wearing that. But again, unless you're running from things on the regular, maybe that's not a concern. Is there any clothing right now you guys your price? I think we have the best boots, socks, underwear, probably pants too. Like combat pants, probably the best clothing you can have, the best clothing you can find, and then the deerskin pants, the best one you can make. Rabbit skin mitts, the best there. Hockey jersey and the thin wool sweater, probably the best for shirts. Mackinaw is the best man-made, right? The best old world coat you can find, and you make the wolfskin coat. Maybe I would upgrade, make the bearskin coat, and then put the wolfskin coat on the inside for maximum warmth. But other than that, and then maybe getting our hands on a moose hide satchel, that'd probably be it. At least as far as I'm concerned. Psychotic Deer, the wolves have been buggy. Oh, you brained a wolf in that, and it just ran off, and then a second wolf came out. Yeah, I did notice, like when we were going through the wolf gauntlet yesterday. I think there were points where we had more than one wolf locked onto us at a time. Yeah, no thick wool sweater on Interloper. I think the thin wool sweater is the best one you can find. And yeah, the best. Yeah, the wool toque is the best pre-existing one, and then like the rabbit skin hat is the best one you can make yourself. But again, as you've seen, even with all that, the world is just so freakishly cold that there's we're fighting a losing battle. So it's not a question of whether we're going to get cold. It's just a question of how quickly and how much ground we can cover, and maybe you know whether how long until we need to take shelter and warm up and recover our warmth and our condition. Right now, I'm just staying outside of this blizzard purely so we can tick down that cabin fever risk. And again, an absolutely stupid mechanic, but it's one that Hinterland keeps in the game. When once the blizzard blows over and we get out of here, we're going to Thompson's Crossing just to check the houses there for for like the new stuff that got added, and then we're going to go to the coal mine and we're going to go to Coastal Highway. Yeah, we're out of the wind, but see, like the air temperature negative 45 degrees. That's just madness. It's not
Getting
Sparta.
cold.
It's madness. Now, see, if I was particularly bold, I could have gone straight out, straight out from the straight out from this door, try to find the road, follow the road into Thompson's Crossing during the blizzard. Could we have done that? Maybe. I mean, we probably would have made it there eventually, but our condition would have been so bad when we got there that we'd have to stay in Thompson's Crossing, and like we did when we got to Angler's Den, I guess 2 streams ago. We'd have to spend time resting, recuperating, eating through what little food we have. I don't think it would be worth it. And see, that's me. I am all things considered, I am a fairly risk averse player. It's part of the reason why I've managed to survive for 88 days on this my second attempt at Interloper. Not that I'm secretly good at this game. I'm just a big scaredy cat. Yeah, I don't think the game's going to be kind enough to us to. Yeah, it's already almost midnight. The blizzard's still going. Because again, as I keep saying, Pleasant Valley, gonna Pleasant Valley. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get some calories in Astra's tummy. We're gonna have her sleep. Our cabin fever risk is gonna go up, but there's just I want this to be over so we can go. We have places to be, things to do, loot to acquire, and the game is being honestly very rude about all this. Can I say that again? Oh yeah, Australia. Once the blizzard passes, we're going down the road. We're going to go to Thompson's Crossing. We're going to look for the new stuff. If there's cooking oil, flour, salt, maybe. It would be very nice if we could find oats. That would open up some new recipes for us. But we can do that very quickly. And then once we go through Thompson's Crossing, we look for the new stuff. We're going to go around. We're going to follow the road around. We're going to go to the coal mine, and then we're going to go through the coal mine, and we're going to go to Coastal Highway, the place I said we were going to go like 50 days ago in the game, and we just Haven't. We have looted Thompson's once. We spawned. This run started in Timberwolf Mountain. So we basically grabbed cattails, we checked mountaineers, and then we got into Pleasant Valley as quick as we could to try to find better clothing and stuff. So I've looted up Pleasant Valley once. This is strictly for the new stuff from the update. And that's part of the reason why it won't take very long. That we're going to pop our head into the buildings. We're going to look, see if there's new stuff there. We've already opened all the containers, so nothing's going to be in there. If it's not sitting out immediately, we turn around and we leave. Oh yeah, absolutely. The update adds new loot even in the middle. Like yesterday when that stream started, um, we were in Angler's Den in Ash Canyon, and when Astrid woke up from her quick nap, there was a bottle of cooking oil that was just sitting there on the shelf that wasn't there when she went to sleep. It's Santa Claus had a very weird delivery. Okay, it is. I think it's almost sunrise. I think the bars are actually above the horizon, so we should be able to do a little research before we head out. And we can see, which is also very good. I'm a big fan of that. Let's drink some heavy teas. Although, you know what? What we have? We have one, two, three. Okay, we have two. Actually, shoot, I forgot we had the birch bark tea. That's what I should have done. Okay. Another rule of thumb for you, Estrella. All things being equal, early morning is going to be the coldest time of the day because like the sun hasn't been out very long and it hasn't had time to warm up the world. So that's when it's going to be coldest. It's
Come on, little fire.
again generally inadvisable to travel during that time.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
But again, it's especially as you go on, you're going to find the game is going to force you to do quite a few things you generally wouldn't otherwise. The warmest time of the day is like from like mid-afternoon to yeah, actually the game is actually surprisingly warm even after sunset. So like if you're being particular about it, basically like don't go out to travel before brunch if you can help it. You're gonna do a Voyager run, which you used to, so you know, but that's fine. Yeah, and like I said, you'll figure these things out as you go. There's OJT. There's going to be a lot of learning as you go. But that's fine. That's part of the joy of playing this game. I mean, it's just like, and these are like just like rules of thumb you pick up over time. Don't go out during early in the day. Um, Fog bad for visibility, but your it's good because generally the world will be warmer as you go. We're just gonna go ahead and drink that now. We need the condition recovery anyway. grab a torch and go. Oh yeah, and that thing I did right there. If you notice, I crouched down when going out of the building. There's a particular reason for that. What's our cabin fever? Only 22%. Did it not go? Okay, it's weird. Our cabin fever actually went down while we were sleeping in the truck. I'm not gonna complain. It's just weird. Anyway, when you crouch, your detection radius, like the range at which animals can detect you, goes down. Or no, I mean your visibility goes down. So like if you walk out of a building and like there's a wolf nearby, the moment you set foot outside, if you're standing straight up, it'll see you and it'll come after you. But if you're crouching as you exit a building, that the range you give off is going to be much smaller. So if in that same scenario, you will have time to see that wolf and either go after it first or avoid it. So it's just it's a general practice that I found to be particularly useful, especially when at in certain locations where you can have a bear literally wander right up to the door. Actually, as we're doing this, we'll drink that. We'll top up our warmth bonus. Grab one of our torches. So yeah, it's not always necessary. It's just kind of a one of those survival hygiene habits you get into. Any idea how to check stats in days in story mode? I don't know that those are available. Like, it doesn't keep track of days survived. I think, yeah, it keeps track of, like, your main quest and your side quests rather than, like, how long you've survived. Because, like, you're not trying to stay alive as long as possible. You're just trying to stay alive long enough to, like, to complete your missions. At least, that's how the game's looking at it. In fact, actually, Ranger Stew. Rangers. Now, where are their rangers? That can. Okay, Estrella, here we go. Here's the demonstration I couldn't give you earlier. So, wolf noticed us. It barks, and then it growls, and then the music changes. So here's what we do. I'm going to hit 2 because I'm on PC, but you. Okay, see how it stops? As long as it can see the flare or the torch, it'll just stop there and growl. So what we want to do, we just want to aim at it, and then it's going to spook, and it's going to run. And that is how you deal with wolves. Now, if I had that bow up, or if I had a gun of some kind, while it was paused there, I could have tried to take a shot at it, but mainly I just wanted to get rid of it. Sorry, there was a surprisingly large bug going across my desk. I had to deal with it. Are there packs in Interloper? Now, do you mean timber wolves or Regular wolves. Oh, yeah. Have you been doing episode 3? Timberwolves. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Good.
Um,
I'm so cold.
you'll
Warm
be
me up a
happy to
bit.
know that, as you might have guessed, given everything that's happened here, there are no Timberwolves in Pleasant Valley, because God knows this zone is gnarly enough as it is. Um, there are Timberwolves, but only in 2 zones. One is Black Rock, as you've experienced since you've just done episode 4. The other is Bleak Inlet. I would recommend steering clear of those for now. Unless you have a particular reason to be there. Also, hello, cattails, I've somehow missed. Yeah, unless you have a particular reason to be there, I wouldn't. I swear I saw a prop deer somewhere around here. And I hear those dang crows. Were my eyes playing tricks on me? No, it's right back there. Okay, that would explain it. You seem going to Blackrock, and I thought it was probably never a good idea. I don't want to say never. There are certain things there that you cannot get anywhere else, including probably the most protective item in the game. And there's also, I don't want, without spoiling things, there is also one other thing in Blackrock that you can only get in like 2 other spots. So it's not like there's no reason to go. It's just you really want to. Okay, well, I mean, okay, I guess finish the story. No, it's like there.
Come on, little fire.
Okay, in Bleak Inlet and Blackrock, they're not hidden. There's just a very particular thing you need to do to get access to them. But there are locations in there where you can. Okay, I don't think it's spoiling a thing to say you can make new ammunition for your revolver and your rifle in the game. And the only places there's 3 places you can do that. 2 if you don't have the DLC. Or the item. Okay, well I'll tell you. There's a bulletproof vest somewhere in Blackrock, and it gives you, I think on its own, it gives you like 40% protection. That means you take 40% less damage from attacks. And like you don't need me to tell you that is a whole lot of protection. And if you're somewhere where there are timber wolves about, protection probably a pretty solid idea. You've seen someone using that once you figure you just found on a body, but there's no humans in survival. Yeah, well, no living humans anyway. But yeah, it's some people really like it. Other people are less impressed. I'm one of the ones who are less impressed, but again, that's just me. Okay, and of course the wind changes direction right freaking now. Why wouldn't it? Although somehow we got that hide off without getting cold, so I'm actually kind of impressed. Less impressed with the bulletproof vest. Some people think it's really useful. I'm kind of eh. I don't. It's not that I question what it can do. I just, is the question is always, is it worth the effort to get it? Okay, we're gonna remember those cattails are back there where we got
Did I
that
say
deer carcass.
I hate being cold? Because I really do.
We're gonna pop in here. There we go. Got.
Die if I don't warm up soon.
You're warming up. Also, there's a carrot right there. A carrot that's seen better days. But that's a carrot, by God. Well, there we go. If nothing else, there is one thing that we that we hadn't found earlier. Okay, we'll drop those guts and deer hide. We'll make a note of them. Do do do. Oh yeah, we took that out. The PV bingo hall. 2 gut, 1 deer, and 1 raid from 1 long dark forever. Hello, friends. Welcome, welcome. Thank you all so much for being here. LD, good to see you. Summer, hello. Let me pause for a moment here. Give LD a good and proper welcome, for I am a good and proper streamer. And Tommy Savick, hello. Good to see you too. Yes, friends, if you're not already following LD in all his antics, please go. He is a pillar of the Long Dark community, frequent tournament organizer, and just an all-around rad dude. So thanks for coming in, LD. Thank you for the raid. What all did you folks get up to? How did are you're streaming the tournament? Nice. How did that go? We have just made it back to PV, looking for new foodstuffs that might be included, and we found a carrot. Actually, I need to look. Did that open up any new recipes for us? It does not appear as such. So we're just carrying around a carrot, which we can eat for 175 calories. I think I'm going to hold off. Oh yes, Estrella. LD, our man, Long Dark Forever, is, and also this is an update for the rest of you. If you just put in exclamation point backpack, there are the details. You can check that out. Signups are happening right now. The Backpacker Rally Tournament is a speed run where you got to get all that hardware. You got to find it, and you got to make the bow, make the arrows, and you got to take it all to either to the Forsaken Airfield if you have the DLC, or I guess the Hermit's Hut in Milton if you don't. And fastest time wins. And as I said, like LD has been organizing tournaments in the community. They are a lot of fun. I've had fun watching them. I'm actually going to be taking part this time. It's probably going to go poorly, but we're going to have a good time doing it. You got saplings down and 2 hacksaws and 1 stem on day 3. Wow. Okay. Feeling pretty good. No hammer. Yeah, finding hammers was a big thing because I got an HRV spawn. I checked the both signal fires. No hammer. I was very sad about that, especially given all the time I took to get into HRV and get out. So that was most unfortunate. Yeah, like in I got all the saplings I needed in Milton, like with almost no effort whatsoever. Just look, we're just here looking for foodstuffs, and then once we've looted up Thompson's, we're gonna go to the coal mine, and then we're gonna go to Coastal. Got a raid to run? No worries, LD. Thank you so much for coming by and then trusting me with your community. Hope you have a great day. Take care. Have a good one. And in answer to your question, you were saying you get it. Yeah. Please go. Go do all the post-stream streamer care. We support all of it. But yes, in answer to your question, Australia, you can. There are canned goods on all levels. I don't. There are no MRE. There are no MREs on Interloper. Thanks for the lurk, LD, and thank you, Echo Pops, for the follow. Welcome. Good to see you. Oh yeah, and then for you folks who came in with the raid, if you don't know me, my name is Trooper Barry. I am a variety / long dark streamer, I guess. I like long dark makes about half what I do here, and I play a bunch of other indie games. We played Peglin, Backpack Hero. At the moment, I am on a Darkest Dungeon kick because the chat has forced me to play via its generosity. Okay, we're good. Looking for the good stuff here. Seeing none. Yeah, we checked all those. That's one of the troll cans the game loves to throw at us. But yeah, so it's Long Dark and Darkest Dungeon for me right now. We'll be moving on to Alien Isolation at some point, and eventually, because chat has decided to utterly destroy me, we'll also be playing Elden Ring. Not an indie game, I know, but it'll. I mean, if you've been seeing Tina Bug play Elden Ring and have a ball, I might not be as sanguine as her, but it'll be a fun time because I am very much not a fighting game kind of player. I think like the most actiony game I've played thus far is probably Hades. So what food gives the most calories? Okay, manufactured food, yeah, that'll be the MRE. What we got? Hey, we got more salt. There's never enough salt, and we have another ruined potato. And just they left a potato in the sink because reasons. Now for those of you who haven't seen, there is a bug going around. If you cook a potato and you go through a loading screen, the cooked potato will not make the trip with you, which is most unfortunate. So yeah, we're going to keep that potato in its current state. Oh yeah, so manufactured food, probably the MRE. In terms of the what is it? The condensed milk also gives a bunch of calories, and the maple syrup has a bunch too. In terms of animal products, moose meat and bear meat are the most calorie dense ones, but obviously you got to kill a moose or a bear to get those. That might be difficult. Let's just warm up here real quick. Okay. But yeah, this was strictly a looting run to, excuse me, a looting run to check on for any of the stuff that spawned in with the update. We found a carrot, a thing of salt. Wait a minute. I found one thing of salt. It gave me 2 of them. That's weird. Or did I find that salt somewhere else here? We came into Thompson's with 1 thing of salt and we're leaving with 3. I don't. It's fine. It's fine. You know, if there's one thing streamers on Twitch need, it's more salt, right? Also, one interesting bit of science we learned. If something is ruined, like I've got this ruined flower here, still usable. You can still use it because I dropped this bag. I made sure I only had this bag on my inventory. I could make any recipe that called for flour. Astrid, have you played Firewatch? That's why they say the creators. Okay, yeah, definitely not the same creators. I can see how you got there though. We only have 2 things of coffee. I'm gonna say no. I will say I own Firewatch. I have not played Firewatch, although there are a bunch of people in the Long Dark community who have played and very much enjoyed Firewatch. And I imagine I will too, partly because I am favorably predisposed toward Wyoming and any story set in it. I spent a good chunk of my youth in the cowboy state. Pancake, welcome back. You made roasted salmon, Greek salad, and garlic toast. That sounds like some good stuff.
This stuff will come in
Oats!
handy.
We have oats! We had yet to find oats. So what? Now I have to check. What does that do for us? We can make porridge. Huzzah! Oh, wow. 438 calories in the porridge. That's some good stuff. Takes half a liter of water. That's a lot. But only 0.1 kilograms of the oats. Okay, we need. Oh, you need acorn. Oh, you need acorn grounds to make the acorn bannock, and you need the heavy hammer to make the acorn grounds. Aha. So maybe we shouldn't have left that heavy hammer in Timberwolf Mountain. Well, boo. All right, well, we'll keep our eyes peeled, and I guess if we don't find one, we'll just have to live without the blessings of the. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is this new? I've searched these. I searched that. Searched that. I don't remember this thing of drawers being here before. Has anyone else seen this? Or did this come in with the update? Are this the produce aisle? I think that's the produce aisle. Well, okay. Hang on. That's almost certainly new. I mean, again, I'm not displeased. More places to loot is always fine by me. Being the hardcore loot goblin that I am. So what's our our cabin fever risk went away. When did that happen? Anyway, so now we're going to do what I said we were going to do quite some time ago. So that minus 18. We if there's a wolf over here, and there probably is, we're not going to be able to keep a torch lit. So instead, let's go down on the ice. Let's go get those cattails we left earlier, and then we'll just take a slightly more circuitous path toward the coal mine, because we are going to coastal. something I said we were going to do like at least 30 days ago in game, but here we are. No, 50 days ago. I was planning on doing that before we got stuck in Broken Railroad for a month trying to shake off the buttworms. Australia, Firewatch doesn't have a survival mode. It's more of a hiking experience, but the story has. Oh, I mean, people have played. People who are consistent long dark streamers have played Firewatch and really enjoyed it. You know, we're not all like gung ho survivalists. We appreciate a good story in a gorgeous setting, and we can just appreciate a good game too. Because like I know I've seen several people in the community play it and love it. I think Koru and Thistle was the most recent, but I know there's been a bunch. Describe your favorite survival game though. The Forest is decent, but you don't like it solo. I can understand that. I'm kind of meh on the Forest. DayZ probably second, but you see that as a PvP game. Okay. As meh as I am on the Forest, I'm even more aggressively meh on PvP. Yeah, I kind of like the building elements of the Forest, and there's some neat elements in terms of the story, but the cannibalism angle and the fact you have people coming by to break the stuff you build every so often. I'm just like, is it worth it? I don't know. Okay, so if memory serves, it might be one wolf lurking over there somewhere. So we're going to keep our one torch out, and then just in case, we're going to have to get rid of him quick because there's not a lot of life left in this torch. Yep, kind of figured. Now watch as it runs directly toward the mine, making this whole exercise, well, mostly pointless. Okay. Well, that wolf decided to make a fool out of me, and I, for one, welcome it. Because now we should have a straight shot to the coal mine. How would we know the map by memory? Some zones better than others. Like Pleasant Valley, I spent a fair amount of time here. I played through episode 3. Episode 3 was probably my favorite, so I have a fairly decent grasp of Pleasant Valley. Like Mystery Lake, I'm okay on. I might even say Timberwolf Mountain. Broken Railroad, I know fairly well, but then again, there's not a lot to know, so that certainly helps. But I am, I'm not one of these people who know all the maps by memory. Doing Faithful Cartographers taught me a lot, but there is I basically know I know broad strokes. Like when we were in Ash Canyon, I know how to get to the gold mine. I know how to get to Miner's Folly, but if you want me to wander around the western part of the map, or basically go anywhere than like that main drag coming in from Echo Ravine, I'm going to be struggling. Like HRV, I know how to get to the fire in the Darkwalker challenge. I know how to get to Monolith Lake in like one signal fire. But if you'd want me to like wander beyond, it's going to be rough. In the coal mine, there is a padlock that opens a storage room in story mode that fills with weapons and supplies. That room even exist. Okay. The specific storage room you met. Okay, did you find that in episode 4? Is that when you saw that? I think that's what you're referring to. Okay, okay. The room exists. That's just part of the terrain. You will find that. Now, the contents will be different. It will not be as loot laden as it was on story mode. If you're there on Voyager, as you're saying, it'll probably it'll still be fairly well stocked. I think you can probably take that to the bank. Okay, we're probably going to go through the entirety of our lamp oil here. Although, I can actually see a remarkable bit. Which is weird because I thought they made these mines much darker than they used to be. Okay, what do we get? Is that? Oh, that's okay. And tools. Oh, okay. Never thought I'd be excited to see tools, but we actually need them because our hacksaw is struggling. So yeah, the room will be there. It'll probably have a bunch of loot, probably different loot. Although, one thing that is a big deal to find in story mode, that should also, I say should. There was a loot reshuffle, so I can't say with 100% certainty, but I feel like it should be there. Gotta take the quick way down here. Oh, come on. Seriously? There we go. I knew there was a way out of there. Okay. I'm actually going to do we're just going to replace those so we can start their respawn timer. Because we already have 11 pieces of coal. That's going to be enough. But we can at least get that coal moved so the respawn timer can kick in and we can come back and probably find 2 pieces of coal stacked directly on top of each other. You know, as you do. Coal, sardines. Sewing kit, lovely. Okay, nothing in there. Nothing in there. Let's go ahead and turn this off. Try to save a little fuel while looting. I thought we might have to pry some of these open. I guess not. Did I pick up one? I did. Okay, yeah. If 11 is enough, 12 is enough, and then some. That's right. You got the mines. The mines are a place to unwind for a bit. Although without meaning to spoil anything, there is one exception in the world. I'm not going to tell you where, but there's one place out there where being indoors is no guarantee of safety. Oh, I'd love to nick your couch and sweater, but apparently taking clothes off the dead is considered uncouth.
Hope nobody needs this anymore.
Okay, well at least we're going to be good on sewing kits. I think we got the stim back there, so it's probably not one waiting around here. Normally it's hiding on this side of that container. That's where I found it fairly consistently. You wanna you wanna know? Are you sure? Okay. I'm not gonna say exactly which, but okay, in Hushed River Valley, one of the caves, one of the interior caves, I say the ones you zone into, has a wolf in it. The community has named this wolf Sketchy because it behaves quite strangely sometimes. So if you're an HRV and you're looting a cave that you zone into, make sure you're paying attention and listen for any of the wolf sounds you might hear out in the world. Has it killed any runs? Oh, I'm sure it has ended many runs. None of mine, but that's because I know it's there and it's in a zone that I don't tend to visit very frequently. Yes, Pancake, we are talking about the ice caves. Wow, this weather doesn't suck. We'll see how long that lasts. But still, awesome sauce. Okay. You know what? Since we're on the high end, and we have not been here at all, why don't we just loot from the top down? We'll start with the observation tower. Maybe we'll even grab ourselves some acorns and cross our fingers that we'll find a heavy hammer somewhere that we can turn them into acorn grounds and then some acorn baked goods. You know Sketchy well, Pancake? I'm sorry to hear that. It doesn't sound like it was a joyous meeting. But yeah, there are three official, community named wolves in the world. There's Sketchy, there's Scruffy, and Fluffy. Okay, we're not here, but I do see those two maple saplings, and I just can't walk past them. He teleported behind you. Really? And here I thought the bears were the only creatures in the long dark that had warp technology. That is most concerning. And yet, Sketchy is in the ice cave, or one of the ice caves in HRV. Fluffy used to be in the dam, uh, much to many players' chagrin. Fluffy has since packed up house and moved to Bleak Inlet. Or no, sorry, no. Fluffy is in Bleak Inlet, and then Scruffy is in Desolation Point. There is an unofficial fourth one named Scooter. That one is just for like that is three cats in coats, or three cats in a coat. She has named that one, and I think it is an apt name, so I like to use it as well. Tommy, Fluffy and the Dam was scary. Yes, absolutely. Because they think, oh, I'm indoors, I'm safe. What could possibly go wrong? Bork. Oh, do we just have the 2 acorn spots? Well, that's rude.
It's so cold.
But yeah, it's like,
I want to lay down for a bit.
and heaven forfend you actually be in the dam during an aurora and have to deal with Fluffy. That is the worst of all worlds. Oh hey, more burdock too. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna test Oliver's theory. Let's see. We're gonna drop the pry bar, the knife, and the hatchet. Okay, knife, hatchet, or pry bar is required for harvesting. Well, just give me. I guess no matter what you have, it's gonna take a long time. Okay, well that was fun. But yeah, let's get Astrid indoors. She's made a long trek. She deserves a break. Wait, what? That didn't show up. Okay, y'all saw that, right? Abandoned lookout, but without the new location thing, showed up lower down. But when I got up to the next tier, we got abandoned lookout with new location. That's weird. Okay, and we are warm in here, which is fantastic. Wood matches, love it. Okay. Astrid, what do you mean by fish? Unofficial? Oh, well, none of these names are official. Like in the actual game, you know, no wolves have names. It's just like over time, the wolves have earned those names. And as far as Scooter is concerned, that's just like the newest one. You see, there's nothing official about all that. It's just things that have shown up as we go. You made a base in one of these spots. Turns out bears could, for some reason, attack you inside while being on the. They can attack you in here while they're on the ground. That's a lot. Okay, I mean, bears poking their head through fishing huts or rail cars is one thing. Bears ignoring the y-axis entirely, that's another. I, I feel safe in saying that. Go. Just want to warm up real quick. Okay, where are we gonna? Yeah, I guess let's make our way. Oh, let's hang on before we do. God, just look at that. Look at that sunset. You know, the game has no business looking this good, and yet it does. First time you met Fluffy, you almost shat yourself, Tommy. I can. Well, I mean that makes perfect sense. Like if it's the first time you're there, you have no reason unless someone spoils it for you. There's no reason to expect a wolf there. You're indoors. How would a wolf get indoors? We don't have any torches, do we? Okay, I'm starting to reconsider this whole chain of events here. Unless we want to use a flare, and I really don't. Or we take in we might call it unorthodox route down. Maybe that can help prevent any unwanted wildlife encounters. You never had it happen, but you seen a streamer get mauled there? Okay, well, that's... Unorthodox paths tend to result in sprained ankles. Usually, yes. We are wearing our crampons though, so we have made taken some action toward trying to mitigate that risk.
Jesus, it's cold.
But you know what? Sprains are just honestly a fact of life. Okay, this. Yeah, this might go poorly. That's what I thought. Okay, but the good news is that we actually landed. There should be some non-burned out cottages
So
right
cold.
over here. There's also a frickin' bear.
Feels like night is coming.
There's a frickin' bear right by the frickin' bun buns. Well, at least we can sprint now. Yes, run, bun buns, run! We'll check back behind to see if there is anything. Seeing nothing, we will just take refuge from the cold and the bear. We don't have... Okay. This is going to be fantastically stupid, and I do not recommend this on any level, let alone on Loper. But we have no lamp oil, we have no torches. Yeah, we're not even going to loot. We're just going to find a bed and then get close to it.
Surrounded by snow and nothing to drink.
Shh. Shh. Okay, so the question here: do we just wait here until morning? Also, what is this making us so heavy? Well, we got saplings, we got that, we got well the 3.5 kilograms of coal probably isn't helping. We have, we have 3/4 of a kilogram of salt. Why? Because and we have one heavy tea left. No, I don't want to do that. I want to actually just drink, or when I like just drink it for the hydration and the whatnot. Yeah, okay, yeah, we'll just stick around here for the night. When we wake up in the morning, we'll loot the one next to it, and then I just need. I talk so much, I complain so much about like how rough the neighborhood is around the Quonset, but it's still a loot dense location, so we're probably going to end up heading there regardless. Now I don't know how much loot is actually still going to be there, because again we're almost 90 days in, and anything that was in a container has obviously long since evaporated. But I would hope Hinterland would be kind, I guess are we going to call it, enough to leave stuff out just sitting in the open for us to find, or like they did at the country store, the rural store, to add a fresh container with stuff at an acceptable condition. If container items go away, how can you still find food hundreds of days? Well, hundreds of days, you're probably still not finding it. Um, I was if oh, okay, if something is just sitting out, like if it's like sitting on a counter or on the floor somewhere, the condition will still go to 0, but you can still eat it. Like if you don't have cooking 5, you are going to run the risk of food poisoning if the condition is too low. But otherwise, it'll still exist in the world at 0%. It'll say ruined, but you can still eat it or use it to cook, apparently. And there are some things that don't lose condition over time. But those generally aren't the things that spawn in containers anyway. Like food will, clothing will. Let's actually see if we can bring daylight a little closer. But generally, if you're like hundreds of days into a run, you're out there hunting. You're having to go out into the world, shoot something, kill it, or track it, and harvest and cook. Although really by that, if you're cooking things regularly, you should you shouldn't be hundreds of days in before you have cooking 5 anyway. I think on this run, we got it like, I think we got it while we were in Broken Railroad, so it would have been within the first 50 days. And once you have it, like, as long as something is cooked, yeah, as long as like fish, the weird thing is like where my mind was going, sushi exists. What is sushi but raw fish? So you think you should be able to make like post-apocalyptic sushi with the fish you find here, but no. If you eat raw fish in this game, you're gonna risk disease for some reason. But like there's sushi, there's sashimi, there's tartar. But it's to the point where we're doing the thing where the long dark isn't meant to be like completely realistic. It's just to be meant to be realistic enough to, as the game reminds us, give you a set of interesting decisions. But yeah, if hundreds of days in, you're fishing or you're hunting. Really, that's basically the long and the short of it. And then, but if you're in a situation like this where you leave a region unlooted for an extended period of time, maybe you find things sitting out, but it's unlikely. I'll put it that way. God dang it. Why won't this bear leave us alone? So, bear being on us, bad thing, but you'll notice, even at just a regular walking speed, we're able to put distance between us and it pretty easily. You know what?
I can't feel my feet.
We've come this far. I'm just gonna grab a flare. I hate that I might use it, but it's coastal. There's wolves, and I'm not gonna throw the run just because I was too much of a weenie to stop and make torches.
It's too cold to think.
All right, so we're gonna work our way around. We're gonna get to the coastal town site. Probably gonna have to start looting because we have no water. We have a little coffee, but we have no water on us, and food is. I mean, it feels weird to be carrying around like all these cooking supplies and the potatoes and the carrots, but just there are other things we can do with them that just not rather than just eating them as is. Actually, I don't think we can even eat the potatoes in their current state. I think. Do we have to cook them or can we eat them raw? Okay. Let's do stop in here. We need to warm up. Our technical backpacks, yes, this is Loper. We have the technical backpack. There is a moose hide satchel that spawns in the world below Loper, but it does not spawn in the world here. If you if you want a moose hide satchel on Loper, you're going to have to make your own. But no, the technical backpack will always be there, regardless of what level you're on. Okay. Don't expect much. We can just loot up real quick. We'll let Astrid thaw out, and then we'll keep moving. We're 7 kilograms overweight, despite not having any water, and not much in the way of food. Okay, check there, check under the beds, check on top of the beds. We got
Well, this stuff will come in handy.
some craptacular genes. I'm going to disagree there, Astrid. There we go. Where do you get crampons? Okay, the crampons we have, they're in the same place as the technical backpack. Alternatively, if you look in your if you look in your crafting menu, there is a recipe for improvised crampons. So if you don't want to go all that way, but you want the benefits of the crampons, like the the reduced fatigue as you climb and the reduced sprains as you move around in the world, you can make them. I think the recipe is like cured leather and I think it's leather and scrap metal. Brandon F9292. Hang on. Hello, you cannot eat raw potatoes. Well, boo. You see a wolf patrolling out there. And the reason we can see him is because God, there's one over there too. Because there's just that many houses burned down. But I guess that's Loper for you.
I can't feel my hands.
What? What? Okay. Something spooked that wolf to make it run. I don't see a moose. Probably a bear. Whatever it is, it's a good reason for us to go inside. We'll just check. Yep. No, there you go. Highly nutritious, but only edible when cooked. Although, I feel like that's kind of selling us. I mean, if you're sufficiently motivated, almost anything's edible. Maybe only once, but still. Yeah, my expectations here are low, but we need to check all the same. Wonder what would feel like hugging a bear that didn't attack. Okay, well, I mean, I imagine it would be fuzzy and quite warm. Might not smell great, but if you
For a drink right now.
if you find a bear that doesn't attack you, oh wow, wow, didn't expect those to still be there. But yeah, if you find a bear that isn't going to attack you, you're probably not going to care too much about what it smells like, or at least you're not going to say anything to its face. Okay, so none of the new food, but we got some absolutely amazing pulls on the old food. Can't complain about that. Okay. Anyways, one. Ooh, more food. Goodness. And wait, what condition was that? 88%? Weird. Well, I guess that goes to show you, Estrella, that like, even if you are in a long way into a run, it's still worth looting because you never know what you might find. And if you have looted a place and you've been all the way around, recheck where you've been because, especially given the devs' habit of hiding things in out of the way corners, odds are good you've missed something. Probably something useful. There we go. And this is part of the reason we came down here so quickly. We want that turlet water, otherwise known as Canadian lemonade. So with that in our possession, now we're going to power through a box of crackers. We're going to lose our well drank, but, it needs must as the devil vomits in your kettle and all that. There we go. Suddenly, our meter's looking much more presentable. Now, we have 2 confirmed jerk faces in the vicinity. So I think it would behoove us, before we go far, we should actually... Well, hang on. I'm just going to get that out as an emergency backup. There are wolves, and we know there's a bear that likes to wander around here. And sometimes a moose will even pop in. Okay. Let's see if we can find a spot that is protected from the wind. Kind of like that. Actually, hang on, before we do. Since we're going to be lighting, we don't have a torch with us, and I don't want to burn the wind chill's negative 24. A torch isn't going to stay lit anyway. Gosh darn it. This is one of the things I like least about Coastal Highway, or at least this part of Coastal Highway. Lots of unfriendly wildlife, and lots of hills and ridges for them to hide behind and jump out. There you go. See? He's right there. It's right there. And there's one that's apparently still just running like a fool. And it's running like a fool because there's a moose right the heck there. See what I mean about this being a rough neighborhood?
Sure getting cold.
We're going to have to thread this needle pretty finely. With finger poised over the sprint button. Because the wolf is just...
It's a goddamn freezing.
Let me in. Get in. God fucking... Everyone wants a piece of Astrid's booty, and I hate it. Okay. No, we're gonna... See, there's a wolf right the heck there. And genius Dr. Astrid Greenwood here thought that with a moose ready to charge her, and a wolf coming at her, that'd be a good time to try to light a flare. No, my dear, no. But we're in. That's the important thing. And look at that. Oats and more cooking oil.
This pack is
Ruined
getting
dog
too heavy
food,
to carry.
but we can work with that. Where are we headed now? We're headed. Well, we're gonna start looting around here, Estrella, because we need food, we need water, and this this inhabited zone is a good place to go looking for that. And there's lots of good looting here in Coastal Highway, and thankfully not all around here. Oh, those are tools. I thought that was a car battery for a second. It's like, why would there be a car battery?
This
Is
will
that
come in handy.
okay? Well, there's more. Ooh, potable water. I thought that was non-potable. That's good stuff. But yeah, we're gonna loot around the houses around here. We'll check the fishing huts that are out on the water. There's Jackrabbit and Misanthrope's Island. There's the fishing village, the log sort. There's lots of places to check. There's also if we're feeling particularly bold, there's also the Aurora mine, but that also necessitates being out during an Aurora, and well, that's a bad idea anytime, especially on Loper.
I'll take it.
So yeah, we're going to give Coastal Highway like a fairly standard looting run. Oh look, another sewing primer. Wow, lots of repair materials.
I think I can use this.
Where? Oh, okay. The nearest the nearest transmitter to repair is actually in Desolation Point. So maybe we'll just leave that be. They know little location. I mean, yeah, lots of them. Like, this is a place lots of people like to use as kind of a central hub while we're here, while they're in the zone. The houses should all have some pretty reasonable loot. And as you see, like there's wolves here to contend with. There's a moose if you can bring it down. You got meat for days. There's lots of fishing huts. It's a note left behind. In the houses that are on the islands out directly out from here on the water, those tend to be good locations. And maybe slightly safer locations to base up, even if they're not exactly as centrally located. When you're not on Loper, there's also if you know that there's that road that's running out in front of here, the one that had the moose standing on it. If you follow that around to the left, eventually it'll take you to Desolation Point, but on the way you'll find some cabins that make for good looting spots as well. On Loper, those are always burned down though, so it doesn't bear checking, at least for us. Okay. So we are gonna be here for a bit, so we can afford to offload some stuff. For example, we've got those maple saplings. We can put those and that. We should probably take a moment to, well, we have 2 pieces of scrap metal, so we could repair our hacksaw, maybe the can opener, or repair the hacksaw twice. Is that a fuse? That's a fuse. Okay. It looked like something useful out of the corner of my eye, but as it turns out, it is not. Okay. See, the tools we can drop off there. Okay, we gotta be careful about this. Let's. Oh, there. You gotta transfer them in. Oh, geez. Okay, that's actually kind of concerning. Are you kidding me? Cabin fever risk again. After all that time we spent outdoors, it's unfair. It's unfair. You've been indoors so long you're starting to feel very uneasy. It's negative 40 degrees out there. Render unto me a freaking break with this uneasy. Okay, we'll eat through these. That'll shed some weight that way. Um, I almost think we should. Yeah, our new cooking supplies are in such low condition. We'll probably be better off just dropping them on the floor. So that's what I'm gonna do. In that one 98% potato, which is somehow still powering through all this. I respect the hustle, if nothing else. Okay, now let's see which of these sewing primers have we read? This one. Okay, so we drop that one. That'll be our future library. Okay. They're still 4 kilograms overweight. Why? Well, the coal might have something to do with it. Okay, we'll split that stack. Don't need all those cans. Probably don't even need most of those cans. Okay, that will do. We're not going to walk around without our bedroll. I made that mistake once, and then a blizzard hit. I have not made that mistake again. Okay, yeah, now we're Now we're not even a kilogram over. That's more workable. Okay, yeah, I was gonna make a note of those. Did I? I did not. So Quonset, right now it'll be 2 maple and a bunch of other stuff. Is the new animal, and if it is, so it is article. Okay, the latest update added the ptarmigan. They're just a wee bird. They are not. I mean, they're a prey animal. Um, we're starting with a match which we do not do, but we have no torches. We're gonna
Come
make
on,
some
little
torches.
fire.
But yeah, it's small. It travels in flocks, and they're very skittish. So if you spook one, they're all gonna fly away. So I mean, it's not necessarily hard to kill in that it's tanky or it's particularly brutal. It's just it's small and it's easily scared.
Man, this pack is getting kind of heavy.
Okay, so we're gonna take these. We're gonna, I guess, hope against hope that the wind allows us to have a torch. Okay, that is a worthless book. What do you get for killing it? Well, you get their meat, but more importantly, you get their down. And the down allows you to make it allows you to add more insulation to your bedroll, or you can just make a regular layer of insulation, which gets you an extra 2 degrees of warmth. Okay, Jiminy Christmas. I've forgotten how many buildings are burnt out here on Loper. Normally this place has a bunch of buildings, Australia. See, it's a loot dense location, but as you can see, well, something has basically took out all the buildings. So it's the loot richness is going to be heavily qualified this time. We have to be aware because there's a bear cave up there, and the bear likes to wander down this path and make life miserable for us. Okay, and that building is burned out too. Hooray! We can at least check the mail. Nothing in the mail either. Well, shucks. Now, yeah, okay. So if you follow that road down that way, there's there are those cottages that they're burned out here on Loper, but they are, you know, they're a good stop-off point on other difficulties. Okay, there's a wolf patrolling right out there, which is curious because like, wasn't there a moose there not that long ago? Okay, I do see one house here that is still up somehow. Right over there. So we're gonna go check that. And then back there you can see the bear that lives on the back side of Miss Feckin. You see, this part of the reason I don't like the zone. The bear, the wolf was on the other side of that ridge. There was no way I could have seen him.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
And that is why, when you're walking around this neighborhood, you pretty much always need to have a torch out. Okay. I mean, I guess I'll keep this up for visibility. Another ruined potato, which we can thankfully unruin, given the proper application of heat and time. We just got to remember, if we're going to do that, we have to eat it right away, because we don't want vanishing potatoes, because vanishing potatoes give you no calories. And Aster's a growing girl; she needs her carbs.
End up being useful.
Okay. And yes, if you find a place that has an actual fireplace, it's always a good idea to look around, because odds are good that's probably a place where matches will spawn. Not always, of course, but things they're like the spawns aren't random. Like if they will generally adhere to like the rooms. Like you won't find food in a bathroom generally, or like you won't find clothes in the kitchen. Okay, nothing in the bathtub, and always check the bathtubs because the people of Great Bear, they have some strange habits, and you can find some you can find evidence of people having themselves a good time at the end of the world in these bathtubs. You always check the nooks and crannies, check under tables, because like I said, the devs love to hide stuff, and like
Hope nobody needs this anymore.
the higher difficulty you're on, the less stuff there is, the more incentivized you are to look harder. Okay. Actually, no. Let's hold off on that. Um, yeah, 4 liters of water. Okay. Yeah, tearing up clothes, harvesting stuff. That you can do that at any point. We don't need light. Okay, it's late. Oh, it's late for me too. It's 1:30 in the morning. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. Our cabin fever risk, it is what it is. We are gonna read the final 2 hours of this book, so we can just turn that into a fire starting book. And what did that do for our mending rather? That did well, not a whole heck of a lot. Although you could argue that every single one of those points that mending book got us was it's that many fewer actual instances of bending we had to do, and that saves material and also saves material from you know any failures that might have taken place while doing that. So while mending is probably the most frustrating thing to bring up, you could also argue that it's in terms of like return on investment and what you're sparing yourself, like the mending, like the sewing primers are they might be the best value for money in terms of like bank materials and time saved. Is Surviving Mars any good? Oh, Estrella, Surviving Mars is one of my favorite games. One of my favorite, just like chill out and vibe for I vibe for a while. Like it's one of those games where I tell myself, "Oh, I'm just gonna sit down play Surviving Mars for an hour or two," and then I look up at the clock and what do you mean it's 3 a.m.? It's the kind of game that's easy to get lost in. I'm a big fan. I'm biased, I admit it, but I enjoy Surviving Mars a lot. Now, bear in mind, it is a Paradox title, so if you take the plunge there, you okay. The base game is good. The base game is playable. You can enjoy that. Paradox's business model is they're gonna throw a lot of DLCs at you, and I will say some of them make the game a lot of fun. They add depth, they add variety. I recommend getting them. Um, but I would also say like wait for a sale. I think the Steam Summer Sale is coming up next month. If you're intrigued, wait until that happens. I guess unless it's like on like Xbox Live or whatever, like whatever the free monthly thing is. But if you're looking at it, hang on, just a second. There, there we go. Maybe. But yeah, I would say wait for a sale, check it out, see if you like it, and then if you enjoy the base game and you want to build on that, then see if you can find like a bundle of like the basic DLCs. Like Green Earth or Green Mars, a really good one to have. Um, the trains one is okay. Below and Beyond you can skip, but look at what's in them. See if any of them tickle your fancy. Oh, and we missed an Aurora. Oh darn. Okay, let's hydrate Astrid, and we got water to spare. Let's at least get her to sunrise. We good? There we go. And yeah, the weather sounds kind of unfriendly out there, but again, that's to be expected. All right. Yeah, I think we're going to call the stream there, folks. It's 1:30 in the morning, and I I need to get to bed. But let's do a quick journal check before we go. We have survived 90 days. And they were just, we're about, okay, I never, Okay, we've officially completed 90 days. I think once we hit noon, we're going to tick over into 91, but we haven't survived that long yet, so it doesn't count. So, 90 days, we're up to 58% of the world explored. I can't tell if that's a lot or not a lot. And in those 90 days, we have experienced 63 blizzards. Yeah, so we're on like a blizzard every other day. You were you wondering how long you're planning on staying up? Yeah, I think we were yeah, I'm just about toast. What ended day 52 on Stalker? Nothing. I was playing that through. We got to 250 days. I completed the last. I got to the last bunker on the tails, and I just stopped for a bit. Partly because I wanted to try speed running the Darkwalker challenge, and partly because I wanted to jump into Loper. I'm definitely going to go back to it. That is the character that has burned through almost all the achievements. The only one that's left is to survive for 500 days. And she's currently in the airfield. And when I left that achievement Astrid, she had 70 kilograms of stuff in her backpack. Yeah. But folks, we're gonna leave it there because, as I said, it's late. I'm tired, and well, I need to get to bed, and I need to send you all off to hang out with someone else. But I do appreciate all of you hanging out with me. Big thanks to TX and Estrella. Also, thanks to Brandon for popping in. And thank you to Pancake and Tommy, and also all the people who came over with LD's raid. Big thanks to you all. Uh, see, we got some follow-ups tonight. Who'd we get? Um, oh yeah, thank you, to Venture Seeker and to Echo Pops for the follows. Oh, and also to Kay O'Keefe who followed in between streams. Big thanks to you as well. And also thanks to Summer came in with LD's raid. And thanks to all you lurkers as well. You know, you're the people you're the backbone of Twitch. You make the stream dream happen. And like I always say, I'm happy for folks to hang out however they like to. So we'll finish off as we always do. Let's find someone to raid. Oh, let's see. Okay. We've got Nog playing Long Dark. Sick of Antics is doing Resident Evil Village. Rand doing Long Dark. We got Daunt back on Stardew Valley. Love to see that. Um. Oh, Thomasina's on. I haven't rated Thomasina in a dog's age. Let's see if she's still on. She's still well. She has 5,000 hours in this game. That is wild. Oh, she is just starting. She is still in the pre-stream countdown. Okay, I do want to rate Thomasina, so we'll just wait a little bit. But yeah, folks, thank you all for hanging out. We are going to be back here tomorrow. I think we're gonna switch to Darkest Dungeon because I still want to keep powering through that as well. And then I will say next week this run might go on hold for a little bit because Long Dark Forever's tournament starts July 1st, so basically a week from tomorrow. And I do want to get in some practice runs just so I have an idea of how fast I need to go because I already know I play way too slowly for competitive speedrun tournaments. But if I can look in on other people and then see how you see the kind of strategies other people are taking, I think that'll be some useful scouting for me. Okay, here's an ethical question. If you know someone is still 7 minutes away from starting their stream. Do you raid or do you find someone who's already going? I don't know if that's an ethical question or a strategic question. Actually, you know what? Yeah, let's go ahead and we'll go raid up Thomasina anyway. For those of you not familiar, Thomasina is another fantastic long dark streamer. She's 130 odd days into her Loper run. Um, and as she got 5,000 hours. She is like one of fantastic player. Um, wait, if you're looking for high level Loper gameplay, she's going to be who you're looking for, not some scrub like me. But yeah, we'll go ahead and we'll check in on her. If you can stick around for the raid, I appreciate it. If once we land, if you need to run off somewhere else, feel free. But if you can stick around for a little bit, show Thomas some love. I'd greatly appreciate it. But yeah, thanks again to everyone hanging out. Have a great rest of your day, and we will see you next time. Bye for now.